Some damaging wind gusts heavy.
Test 1 2 3.
Following is an Eagle Media Sports presentation. North Platte High Sports on NorthPlattePost.com, FM 98.1 and AM 1410 are brought to you by
the Justin Thompson Agency, American Family Insurance, Haynes of Heartland, La Casa del Rios, Dave's Place, Cole Jonison with High Street Insurance, Hal's Lock and Safe, State Farm Agent Bobby Holst.
In motion, Hannibal. He'll step back, rolling to his right. Caden Johnson looking, throwing to the end zone. Max Negley is wide open. A touchdown, North Platte. Max Negley wide open.
Also brought to you in part by Bill Summers, Ford, Honda, Nissan, Great Plains Foot and Ankle, The Fortify Group, Larry's Glass, Shelter Insurance Agents Pete Foles and Brent Rogo, Puro Clean.
As Savannah Cove now makes her way all the way to third base with 2 down. And now a 5-1 lead that's going up to center field. It is out of here. A home run for Adi Reyna.
Sports Zone coverage also brought to you in part by Great Plains Health, Great Plains Health Sports and Therapy, Jay Engel with Farm Bureau Financial Services, Runza, Double Dips, Merrick's Ranch House, Mid-Plains Community College, and Szechuan Famous Food Sushi Bar.
Here's the voice of the Dogs, Paxton Gordon.
Welcome, everybody, here, Bauer Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410. It is the start of the football season. Paxton Gordon, Carl Anderson, and Jeff Smeltzer all here in the press box because it's the sound and the smell of football season. It is finally here, and you know what? I'm excited that it's finally here. It's been a long lead up to the summer, to the fall time from the American Legion Baseball, but we're going to get some football in for the first time this year. North Platte High football taking on Kearney and the Bearcats. Both teams, of course, 0-0, and probably in the most interesting position they could ever be in. Before we jump into that, welcome in my compatriot, Mr. Jeff Smeltzer. Jeff, it's good to see you. You ready for some football?
Oh,
Yeah, ready for some football. It's crazy that the Huskers preceded the Bulldogs in the football schedule. So, hey, big night last night. Huskers come away with a nice win. They win a close one for a change.
For the first time, it feels like forever.
Looked like they had a chance to give it away, but they did not.
They did not.
So feel good.
And now we face on to high school football. Two teams, historic rival between these two. Kearney has gotten the upper hand against North Platte for, boy, it feels like, I don't even know how many years now. It feels like forever that Kearney has had North Platte's number. But this might be the year because for the first time in, I don't even know how long. I think ever since, I came here, we got a whole new lineup from almost basically each side. Only two starters returning all together from both teams, and that's coming from the Kearney side. Zach Wolf, the senior, as well as John Floral. Wolf committing, of course, to UNK, and then for North Platte, whole new offense. I mean, every name, top to bottom, besides Jake Kincaid, really is a new name out there that is going to be taking the field for North Platte High School.
Yeah, just looking at some stats here from last season. Returning rusher for the Bulldogs, Owen Shea with 145 yards, followed by Cam Weaver with 37 and Caleb Neihart with 29. So not a lot of rushing yards returning. Passing, nobody threw a pass in varsity action last year, and there's no returning receivers that have caught a pass in varsity action. So you're right, it's a total rebuild for the Dogs, but it's nearly a total rebuild for the Bearcats as well.
Yeah, both teams really are in a weird state for, I think, the first time in quite a long time where they are both going to be starting over again and really starting to find their footing.
Yeah,
so,
I don't remember a senior class as big as last year's Bulldog class.
Both. Well,
yeah,
for both teams.
Yeah.
We've been kind of blessed, I think, for how kind of little we've had to migrate and move about in terms of new pieces fitting everywhere. We've had a solid foundation, but this is the first year where we're kind of going into a lot of the season with unknowns just because who is going to really be the standout? Who's going to be that guy that's going to fill a lot of these holes that have left from the senior class last season? But also, same could be said for Kearney and their skill position players, too. A lot of these guys haven't really seen, too much of them. I mean, Levi Pafal is probably the closest, I think, person that has seen a lot of game action, and he kind of blew the doors off of North Platte in his brief time that he played last season when they played against North Platte.
Looked at his season stats. He rushed for 300 yards last year.
Yeah, so, and of course, that backfield already
they
was
spread
crazy.
the love. I mean, they had plenty of horses to share the ball.
So it's going to be interesting to see which team is actually going to come away with the majority of the possessions tonight. Of course, you would suspect North Platte, even with all these new fresh faces, are still going to hold possession control over even a Kearney team that does, of course, spread it out the love-wise. Normally going with the pistol formation. North Platte, of course, as we all know, the famous flex bone offense with a lot of new faces in there. Of course, two new starting quarterbacks, Zach Atchison for Kearney, and then Carter Still, the sophomore. A lot of sophomores on this North Platte team from what I remember going through the list quickly. Brecken Korkow, of course, sophomore. Carter Still, sophomore. And then on the defensive side, Tiernan Vanelik has also been a sophomore, if I remember correctly. So there's a lot of young faces on this team, which is also good and bad because there's also a good amount of seniors on this team still as well.
There are, and interesting enough, it's good to see the baseball boys back out on the on the gridiron. So
Ty Hanneborg, Cade Freeze. You can't really say Jake Kincaid because he's actually football first.
And Connor
Stifler
took the football season off last year. So, yeah, those three guys who did some big things in high school baseball season last year, back out for football, and I'm glad to see it. Expect some good things out of those guys.
I am. I'm really excited to see what those guys can do. Again, a lot of them haven't really seen too much football time in a long time, so it's going to be interesting to see what they can do in this notion. So, of course, Quick Stop pregame show, 27 locations open 24 hours a day. Quick Stop always open right around the corner. It's time to step aside, take a break, because when we come back, it's our La Casa del Rios. That's right, Coach's interview with head coach Kurt Altig here. Quick Stop pregame show, 27 locations open 24 hours a day. Quick Stop, always open right around the corner.
Following is a 1 kilohertz tone for your 24-hour convenience store. Fast, friendly, no one gives you more. Gas, food, your favorite drink. Get everything you need in a blink. That's why everybody stops at Quick Stop. We're always open right around the corner. Quick
temperatures are rising, but the prices are falling. At Bill Summers Auto Group during their Dog Days of Summer sale. Whether you're fetching a new ride or sniffing out a great deal on a pre-owned vehicle, they've got the savings to make your tail wag. Get behind the wheel with sizzling offers, cool financing and trade-in values that will make you sit, stay, and save. But hurry, just like summer, these deals won't last forever. Stop out to Bill Summers, where families are our business, or visit online 24/7 at billsummers.com.
Great Plains Health Orthopedics in North Platte is ready to serve you with board-certified orthopedic surgeons and a team of medical professionals who specialize in hip, knee, and shoulder joint replacements and revisions, minor to complex hand injuries, sports medicine for both the serious athlete and the weekend warrior, new and innovative operative and non-operative procedures, and work-related injuries. Same-week appointments are available. Call Great Plains Health Orthopedics today.
Your health is our mission. Great Plains Health.
Puro Clean of North Platte delivers fast water, mold, and fire damage restoration services to the North Platte area. Puro Clean knows how challenging those times can be to you and to your family. Their Nebraska-based experts have a winning, reliable combination of training and equipment partnerships. Local, fast service in the North Platte area. Their average on-site time is 60 minutes, and they'll coordinate with your local insurance provider. Give Puro Clean a call now at 1-800-775-7876 and schedule a visit from a member of the team at Puro Clean in North Platte.
This is the Bulldog Pregame Show from FM 98.1 and 1410 AM. Presented by Quick Stop. Always open right around the corner. Quick Stop.
Hey everybody, Paxton Gordon here. It is time for our La Casa del Rio's coaches interview. I'm joined by the not only hobbled head coach of one Kurt Altig here at North Platte High, but still with a smile on his face, which I think is the most important part. It'll be kind of interesting. You're going to wear crutches and hold a play sheet when you're out on the field, or what you're going to have a cart rolling you around half the time?
Well, I got a cart to get me from the locker room to the football field, and then my pride will probably kick in, and I'll be crutching around a little bit, but I'll stay away from main gameplay so I don't get run over and injured. But hey, it's football season, so no matter what's going on, we got to be ready to go.
That's what you love to hear. He is going to be ready to go, and it's going to be a fun time because we open the season at home. Boy, I think it's the first time in, feels like 2-3 years since North Platte has opened up at home, I think, for the season. Of course, facing off against the dreaded Kearney Bearcats that we just all love, secretly hate. Actually, we don't even secretly. We openly are not big fans of them here in North Platte. But two real interesting programs that are coming into almost a fresh start for both sides. Your offense almost completely new in terms of returning talent. That's all. Lots of playing time. There's some guys did see some playing time, but in terms of vast majority of experience and time played, offense looking fresh. Same thing with Kearney. Only 2 returners coming into this season. You both not only excited, but a little frightened about how that game on Friday is going to go, knowing not just your side, but their side are both facing some new challenges.
Anytime, you take the field for the first time in the year, there's always that nervous excitement for everybody. And that's, sometimes goes twofold when you got a bunch of guys that, have never stepped on the field, on a Friday night under those Friday night lights. And so, we got a bunch of guys that are ready. We try as much as we can to prepare guys for game time, but there's nothing like, those Friday nights and, under the lights with all the fans, the other team. So, we're going to try to, come out and play our brand of football and try to minimize our penalties and minimize our turnovers. And if we can do those things, and take advantage of mistakes that maybe Kearney's young guys make, we're going to be all right.
Of course, you talk about getting as prepped as you can. Had a scrimmage last week on top of all the countless days of practice. Really take me through the ramp up. How's it been? You felt you're starting to really see the team kind of shape together and come into the mold you were hoping to by the start of the season?
It's been a real interesting couple weeks, with, our heat regulations and things. We've had a lot of morning practices but when you throw guys in new spots, and especially, that first week, we're not, necessarily sure, I talked to you, a month ago or so about, our depth chart is basically empty. Trying to figure out what puzzle pieces go here and there. And, this week we've really kind of, said, hey, this is our first group. These are the guys who are going to go. And, as we go, like anything, the more reps you get, the better you get. And we've kind of got after it the last few days, and we're looking pretty good.
Of course, as you said, switching from those by force, those evening practices, the morning practices. It kind of the temperature around the morning time that you guys do it sometimes actually falls almost in line with how it's looking like, not just this weekend, but the next couple of weekends. Do you feel that it doesn't really matter which time of day you guys practice and whether it be the heat or more in the morning, or do you feel like maybe the team should, I hate to see, not force them out there, but experience maybe a little bit of the varying degrees of weather so they're not thrown off on game day?
I was really worried, when we were having to have these morning practices, because I think we've had about 5 of them out of our dozen practices, that when we go to Lincoln next week at a 4:30 kickoff, if it's 95 degrees, we're going to have some problems. But luckily, Mother Nature's kind of helped us out. We're supposed to be cooler. I do believe getting out in the heat, is always better to start off with. But obviously, some days we can, and some days, based off of our regulations, we can't. Luckily for us, the weather's supposed to be nice, and so by the time maybe we get to a little bit warmer game later in the year, we've had more afternoon practices to, acclimate to that a little better.
Yeah, because you don't really think about in the time, in the lead up to it, those not only cramping issues, but the injuries and dehydration that could come with playing in a hotter typed environment when you're fully not really prepared for it. And we've seen over the years, specifically to start the season, sometimes those cramps do tend to turn up here, especially in game number 1, even in the nighttime, as we think last year was a weird oddity where it was record high heats even going into the nighttime.
Yeah, you always try to prepare everybody, as much as you can. But when they say you can't practice because it's too hot, and then you go out and you play and it's hot, it's even harder to get guys prepared for that. The sweat they lose just standing on the sidelines sometimes. But fortunately for us, that's nothing we're going to have to worry about as far as overheated because of the temperature. Now, we got a lot of guys that are going to be in new spots, and again, you can never get somebody 100% prepared for what it's going to be like on a Friday night, but we've done as best as we can.
And that's all you can ask for. When we come back here, of course, on our La Casa del Rio's coaches interview, we'll talk about Kearney and jump into our Al's Lock and Safe keys to the game here on our Quick Stop pregame show.
Cracked windshield, foggy windows, need custom glass work? Look no further than Larry's Glass in North Platte. For over 40 years, Larry's has been your go-to spot for all things glass. From auto to residential to commercial. If it's glass, Larry's Glass has it covered. Fast, reliable, and done right the first time. Trust the experts at Larry's Glass to keep you safe and looking sharp. Call Larry's Glass today, 308-532-7675, or stop by 211 West 5th. Larry's Glass, where quality is clear as glass.
Hey, high school students, why wait to start college when you can begin transforming your future for free? Mid-Plains Community College is now offering free tuition for dual credit and early entry classes beginning this fall. Get ahead, save money, and transform your future while in high school. Talk to your high school guidance counselor or visit our website at mpcc.edu. That's mpcc.edu. Students are responsible for all course-related fees and must attend a Nebraska high school or Nebraska homeschool to qualify.
This is the Bulldog Pregame Show from FM 98.1 and 1410 AM. Presented by Quick Stop. Always open right around the corner. Quick Stop.
Welcome back. Quick Stop pregame show, sitting down with head coach Kurt Altig on our La Casa del Rio's coaches interview. The dreaded Kearney is upon us once again, even though they're not in our division for a second straight year. A team that you have seen plenty of times, and I think for the third straight season lead off with Kearney. This time at home. As we talked earlier, I think for the first time in quite some time, you both are in kind of the same position of a lot of new talent, a lot of new key players at key positions. And I think you hit on a really good point that has probably been beaten over your head, beaten over everybody's head. Might as well rename the stadium No Turnover Limit Penalties Field here at North Platte. But that has always seemed to have been kind of the kryptonite of this team, is no matter how much you guys have really put in terms of the offseason game plan and really getting the guys in the right position, sometimes those turnovers and those penalties have come at the inopportune times. How do you, with a team specifically so young as this, make sure that is even bludgeoned harder over their heads to make sure that they keep that always in mind when they are present on the field?
The good thing about having such a young team is a lot of these guys, have never played, on a Friday night. So, having that stuff in their memory about, the last few times we played Kearney, offensively, we've done a lot we just couldn't get out of our own ways when it really, really mattered. But, it's just our normal, everyday coach stuff. Hey, take care of the football. This is just another game. We don't have to be heroes. We don't have to go, do something enormously fantastic. We just got to come out, take care of the football just like we do every single day, play our game and we'll be all right.
Yeah, you talk about, they're almost like a clean slate in terms of their mindsets. Have you noticed during practice that this group, again, being a group that hasn't faced the previous iterations of Kearney, where you fumble the ball twice on the 5-yard line, driving down 2 years ago, or, having some struggles offensively, but holding them to 10 in the first half. Do you kind of see that clean slate mentality, that really quick bounce back is actually going to be in their favor after many, many weeks of practice?
It's with a young team, it's always good because you don't necessarily have that history of them in their minds. But then at the same time, now it's a bunch of young guys. You're putting them out there on a Friday night, and there's nerves, and sometimes with young guys, you don't know what you're going to get until you see them out there in the heat of the moment. But we've done a really good job of focusing on, we're playing the next play and control what we can control. Some of the most important things that we can control are our effort and our attitude. So we maintain a high effort, and no matter what happens, maintain that good attitude, play the next play, and we'll try to take advantage of anything that Kearney might, give us.
That's right. Of course, only two starting returners coming back from that Kearney squad. I believe one of them being Zach Wolf, the offensive line, and I believe also one running back. As a coach, was it more difficult to find game tape to get prep since a lot of these guys are freshly faced, or do you feel that that the team going into Friday is going to be well versed and almost like the back of their hand, this new Kearney squad?
The Kearney, we see Kearney enough, between all of we played 2 JV games against them, and we played them at the varsity level for, I don't know how many straight years now. Coach Cool, he's a great coach. He does a fantastic job getting their guys prepared. We know they're going to come out and, they're going to be really well coached. And he's talking about the same thing, limited turnovers and taking advantage of ours. I can't imagine they're going to come out with some brand new, if they come out and run the flex bone, I'd be pretty shocked. But they know what we're going to come out and do. And, the thing about it is just to get your guys in position to make plays and be successful.
If they come out with a flex bone, I'll give you $50. If they do that, I will gift you $50. But really take me through, in the time that you've spent getting prepped for this game, what you think this new iteration of this Kearney squad is going to do very well, not only offensively, but defensively as well.
They have a tremendous amount of speed. You can see that on the track, even though, they did lose, some really, really fast guys. They got some coming up that are quite speedy as well. And again, anytime you play a, Coach Cool team, they're going to be really well coached. They're going to have, the T's crossed and the I's dotted, and hopefully we can come out and make their young guys a little bit uncomfortable and make them try to play a little bit harder or out of position, and then we'll take advantage of that.
And we always love to talk about how your offense really is so different from from any other team here in not only Class A but also in the state of Nebraska. Do you really wish you faced this team maybe 4 weeks later, instead of right off the bat when they've kind of gotten into a rhythm against some of these other teams that they'll be playing in their division, to maybe even excel your advantage in the way you use your flex bone against these teams?
Some years, you wish that, where, hey, they have all summer to prepare. But at the same point, they're like us. They're coming in with a whole new crew. So maybe in 4 or 5 weeks, they'll have stuff, even more well arranged, or have, guys moved around. And so, it's I say this all the time, and I truly mean it. We'll go play anybody, anytime, any place. So it just happens that Kearney's first, and they see us a lot. And they're well coached, and as long as we can stay out of our own way, which we haven't been able to do the last couple of years, I think we're going to be okay.
Again, as you said, fresh group, maybe that all changes here today against Kearney. Coach, take me through the game plan offensively and defensively. We always have talked about, of course, limiting the turnovers, limiting the penalties. What else do you have written down to get away not only your first victory of the season, but take it down a Kearney squad and pick up your first win against them in some time?
When you listen to this radio show, you probably think I just have like a little script and I say literally the exact same thing every time. But offensively, we're not going to come out and do anything crazy. We're gonna run our flex bone, and we're gonna run the clock, and we're trying to get 3 yards at a time. If we get 4, great. If we get more than that, that's even better. And leave their offense on the field and just go on a march and try to limit our penalties and turnovers there, and play bulldog football. Defensively, we know they have some dynamic guys on the outside, so we're gonna play tough run defense, and if they want to come and outrun us to the end zone like they did a couple times last year, I mean, sometimes there's not much you can do about that. So
feel a little blessed. Luke Miller's not there with the program anymore, but as you said, that speed's still very pertinent throughout the program. Coach, as always, thank you so much, and I might feel lucky. I wish last year you hurt your knee, so I could actually have walked out of the press box and have felt that 20-degree temperature dip. But I'll actually see you personally on the field after the game, hopefully with a W in both of our hands.
That would be fantastic. We'll see you down there.
Of course, we'll have more on our Quick Stop pregame show when we come back.
So what do you see in your future? Buying the perfect home with a big oak tree? Watching your child graduate from college? Or finding more time for hobbies during your retirement? Whatever your future holds, make sure you talk with the Farm Bureau Financial Services agent. Together, we'll create a plan that's right for you.
In North Platte, visit Jay Engel at fbfs.com/find-an-agent.
It's your future. Let's protect it.
Good evening, everyone. Quick Stop pregame show. Happy Friday night. Happy Friday football night. Yeah, a few games that happened last night. Let's go through those, and then we'll hit you with games going on around the listening area this evening. We'll start with last night. It's Creek Valley, big win over Minutair, 59-22. In Class D1, Dundee County Stratton looks to be strong again this year. They're the number 2 team in the state, and they put 46 on the board in Grant last night against Perkins County, won it 46-16. It was Hay Springs over Paxton last night, 46-24. South Loop on the short end of the scoreboard, 44-18, losing to Hemingford last night. And Mullen, looks like they're going to be good again, are the Broncos, 54-8 over Sandhills Valley last night. All right, let's hit you with games going on tonight around the area. We'll start in Class A. Game going to be heard here at the top of the hour on FM 98.1, AM 1410. You can watch the Cedar Room live stream at NorthPlattePost.com with Paxton Gordon and Jeff Smeltzer. And that is Kearney High at North Platte High. Game at Bauer Field in North Platte, and kicking off here at the top of the hour. McCook back in Class B this year. They'll host Beatrice at Wyland Field in McCook tonight. C1, that is honestly where most of our teams from the area reside this year. That's the overwhelming classification for teams from our area. We'll start with the game here on Flat Rock 100.7 tonight that I will be calling in Gothenburg. The Indians, Ogallala at Gothenburg tonight. Kickoff here at the top of the hour on Flat Rock 100.7. You can listen online, flatrock1007.com or sandhillspost.com. Click on Listen Live and find the station. Chase County, they cross the border to Yuma, Colorado. That's where they'll be at tonight. Broken Bow hosting Shadron in C1 tonight. And this is probably one of the better games in the state. You pick the classification, it doesn't even matter, but 2 top 10 teams playing each other in Class C1 in Cozad, just down the road, as the Haymakers will host the Red Raiders of Sydney tonight. Class C2, just one team from the area in that this year. That's Hershey. They host Gibbon tonight. A Highway 30 showdown. A lot of miles between those two schools on Highway 30, but still a Highway 30 showdown nonetheless. Class D1, just a couple of teams from the area in action tonight. State-ranked North Platte St. Pat's, they're number 6 in the land. They are on the road at Bridgeport this evening. And a Lincoln County showdown in D1, Maxwell on the road at Sutherland here tonight. Would you believe this? No games tonight in D2. Everybody, we have some D2 teams from the area, but they played last night. So otherwise, everybody else is in 6-man tonight. Number 4, Garden County at Crawford. They played this afternoon. Brady at Hitchcock County this evening. Juanita Palisade is at South Platte. Number 5, Arthur County in 6-man. They are at Wallace. I think Wallace is going to be a really good team again this year. Depends on whose ranking you're looking at. They are state ranked, just not by the Omaha World Herald at the moment. But, I mean, what do they know? And the other game in 6-man, Maywood Hay Center at Wilcox. There you go. That's your little trip around the area for Friday Football Lights. This is the Quick Stop pregame show. More of your pregame is on the way next.
Thanks for listening to the Quick Stop pregame show. They have 27 locations open 24 hours a day. Quick Stop. Game time is just moments away on FM 98.1.
Cracked windshield, foggy windows, need custom glass work? Look no further than Larry's Glass in North Platte. For over 40 years, Larry's has been your go-to spot for all things glass. From auto to residential to commercial. If it's glass, Larry's Glass has it covered. Fast, reliable, and done right the first time. Trust the experts at Larry's Glass to keep you safe and looking sharp. Call Larry's Glass today, 308-532-7675, or stop by 211 West 5th. Larry's Glass, where quality is clear as glass.
The Bulldogs play here on FM 98.1 and 1410 AM, KOOQ. Merrick's Ranch House. Lunch specials Tuesday through Saturday with 2 sides, just $10. See them on Facebook. Dine in, order online, use DoorDash, or just call for carryout. Merrick's.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back to Bauer Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410. It is time to jump into more of our Quick Stop pregame show. Of course, here is what the leaderboard looks like going into Game 1 of the season. Of course, no games currently being played right now. And if you weren't aware of the teams last year, Lincoln High, Lincoln Southeast, Millard South, as well as North Platte and Omaha Benson are all the teams that are going to be in the area for North Platte really this season. So at least 2 victories we know of. Lincoln High, Omaha Benson, we can kind of pencil in, and then the other ones are kind of just up in the air in terms of what can happen.
Yeah, the coaches won't look ahead, but we can do that. We can.
Speaking of looking ahead, here is that schedule.
Ahead.
Here is that schedule. Lincoln East will be the team that we'll be facing next week at Seacrest. After that, at home against Norfolk, on the road against Lincoln Northeast, at home versus Columbus, to Benson, at home versus Lincoln Southeast, going to Millard South on a Thursday at 4:30. We have 2 4:30 games this year, and then, of course, finishing the season at home against Lincoln High. Well, Jeff Smeltzer, you want to kind of get into the nitty-gritty and jump into our Double Dips Ice Creamery starting lineup? I think so.
Yes,
Double Dips
sir.
Ice Creamery in the historic Canteen District of North Platte offers 24-plus different flavors of hand-dipped ice cream served in a variety of ways. Why not start on the offensive side for Kearney, Mr. Smeltzer?
That's good, because that's the side I have pulled up.
Perfect.
Yeah. At a receiver, 149-pound junior, Cannon Cope. He's number 10, number 52 on the offensive line. A left tackle, Ray Stoltenberg. He's a 275-pound senior. Left guard, Ty Busher, number 78, 216-pound senior. At center, Hayden Fuqua, 247-pound senior. Returning starter and UNK commit, Zach Wolf, is the right guard, checking in at 239 pounds, and he's a senior. Right tackle, Elijah Nixon, 257-pound senior. Trey Norman's the other wideout in the backfield. Zach Atchison, Levi Pofall, and Siler Steffen.
All right, as for the North Platte High offense, starts like this. Sophomore quarterback Carter Still gets the start alongside Owen Shea as the big back. Brecken Korkow as well as Connor Stifler both also getting the starts at speedback. Colton Altig at one wide receiver spot, the senior Sam Euling at the other wide receiver spot. Your offensive line for this year, Blake Tonkinson, Jake Kincaid, Enrique Ramos, Jacob Martinez, and Callan Newton all are the starting offensive line this year for North Platte High School, so it's going to be interesting. Again, very, very young team that the Dogs are going to be fielding out there. Same with, yes, you guessed it, Kearney and the Bearcats. They will be the team that will be receiving first today, back to receive for the side of one, Kearney and the Bearcats. Number 10, Cannon Cope, the junior, and Cody Cervantes, the junior, will be the 2 deep returners for Kearney. As for the Dogs, D'Angelo Mata, of course, taking over for Luke Borges, who graduated, will be the kicker today for North Platte. We know that D'Angelo Mata has quite a leg. It's always been the question of if he can get it accurate or off the ground.
He's a heck of a soccer player, good kicker. Luke Borges, was he the starting kicker for 3 years
for
or
three
four?
straight
For three
years.
straight
It might have
years,
been
so
four. It might have been four before I got here, but at least I know for certain 3 straight years was the starting kicker, Luke Borges, and of course he is now moved on to other adventures. So we'll now get things underway with, of course, D'Angelo Mata kicking off to Cervantes as well as Cannon Cope. The 2 deep backs for the side of Kearney and the Bearcats. Here comes Mata's kick. Nice high arcing kick, very shallow. On comes Cervantes on the far side to pick it up. He's at the 10-yard line, now crosses into the 20, tripped up and still spinning before Connor Stifler and a whole bunch of black jerseys make their way into the dog
Kate
pile.
Songster was in there to help out. He's a sophomore.
Another
baseball boy.
guy.
Yep.
Good to see Songster out there. So here's the first time this season we're going to be seeing Kearney the Bearcats. Jeff Smeltzer, I know I've gave you the tough challenge without giving you a recording stat sheet today, so you can blame me for that unfortunateness. But
no, we looked at their stats earlier. Pofall was leading rusher, returning 300 yards, and only 100 yards passing as a returning passer is Atchison.
So in motion now comes Caleb Larson. Shotgun formation for Zach Atchison with Levi Pofall next to him. In motion comes a receiver now for Kearney. Stepping back, Atchison with the read option. Taking it himself, and he is smothered immediately. Maybe a 2-yard gain for the side of Kearney and the Bearcats. It's second and 8.
And
superstar Trayton Burke, who's going to Chadron State University, where he'll be playing football at the next level, is Trey Burke. As Zach Atchison now comes back to the offensive line, getting ready to rock and roll and giving his plays out. Once again, 4 wide receivers, Pofall in to the left of Zach Atchison. 2 to the near side, 2 to the far side. Atchison stepping back. He's looking to throw now. Free rusher up the middle. And Caleb Larson's there to receive it once again. Trey Burke there as well as Carter Still. Almost Atchison went down as Owen Shea bursting freely up the middle. Almost got Zach Atchison on a sack. That's probably a good pickup of maybe, 4. It's going to make it about third down and maybe 4 for Kearney and the Bearcats early on in this first quarter with 10:50 left to go.
Yeah, kind of generous with that spot, I thought. But
but talk about some speed and maybe a player to watch the rest of the season. Owen Shea, free up the middle like a cannon. Still 4 wide receivers as Atchison stepping back now, going to look and keep it himself, and he's stopped immediately at the front. Jake Kincaid, free rushing in, and he stops Zach Atchison. And look at that, Mr. Smeltzer, North Platte High School starting off the first
3
drive.
and out. Woo!
Last time I think North Platte started their opening drive against Kearney with a 3 and out was 2 years ago, and of course they fumbled on the 5-yard line twice. That was actually might have been 3 years ago. That was the West Side year. As that high kick almost goes over the head,
that was almost trouble,
of the kicker there. As that's
Peter, get out of the way. There we go.
Light drop, and it'll pick back up around the 37-yard line. As on comes everybody. Boy, what a great start for North Platte's defense. Young defense really getting in early here in this first quarter. 9:50 left to go.
Yeah, the last 2 years when they played JVs, they were very competitive both ways. And you think about it, that's who these kids are now, are the JV players from a year or 2 years ago.
Yeah, Carter still in at quarterback, the sophomore, with Owen Shea right behind him. Stifler and Brecken Korkow are the speed backs with Colton Aldsig in at wide receiver. And still under center. Waiting for the snap. Now going to hand it off there to Owen Shea, and he's immediately stuffed up front. Right there, Zach Wolf and I believe Adam Perez. He might have got back to the line of scrimmage to make it at least 2nd down and 10 for Owen Shea. Of course, nothing with 9:10 left to go on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard. Thank you also to our time and temp sponsor. That, of course, is Mr. Cole Johnson with, of course, High Street Insurance. As currently 7:04, and it's a nice, beautiful 78 degrees outside. So 2nd down now and 10 yards to go for North Platte High with 8:47 left to go. Still under center again. In motion comes Connor Stifler. Carter Still pitches it to Stifler. Stifler trying to cut back upfield, and there's just a sea of white jerseys, and he might have gotten 2 yards if he's lucky there, Connor Stifler. It's now 3rd down and 8 for North Platte, as their first is Adric Techmeyer. And now it's a 3rd down and 7 for North Platte off the gate in their first offensive series. Of course, both teams basically bringing a whole new roster out there this season. North Platte, no returners that started last season, only 2 for Kearney. Brecken Corkout was in motion, as that's going to be an offside call on the far side. I believe that's going to go against the senior Zach Wolf, of course, who's committed to Kearney. UNK is the one who gets called offsides, and that's pretty big for North Platte because because of that, it's probably going to be third down.
Yep.
Yeah, 3rd down and 2 at the very least, maybe 2.5 for the Bulldogs here with under 8 minutes left to go here in this first quarter. And still under center. Again, Owen Shea in the backfield. Corkow and Stifler to the far side. Still. Read the defense. Corkow was again going to be in motion. The handoff now to Owen Shea, and he's just immediately stuffed off that right side once again. I believe immediately on the scene. Pofall as well as John Floral will there immediately, and that's a loss of at least 1 for North Platte and make it 4th down and 4, and here comes the punting unit for the first time today. So both teams starting their offense out with 3 and outs. As deep to return, Trayton Norman for the side of Kearney and the Bearcats. And, of course, Carter's still going to be the quarterback. The quarterback will be punting for North Platte.
Watching him in warm-ups, he got some good punts off.
Nice, beautiful snap. Plenty of time as still gets one. It's going to drift towards the far sideline. Calling for it is Norman, taking a couple nice bounces.
Nice bounce.
Still a couple of nice bounces, and it'll stop around the 20-yard line for North Platte High when it comes to the punt. So we now get the second drive today for Kearney and the Bearcats. Again, our timeouts is always brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Its location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. As well as Justin Thompson Agency with American Family Insurance. With the ever-changing industry standards, they pride themselves on top-notch customer service, no matter what type of insurance they are looking for. 7:02 left to go here in this first quarter. 0-0 the score, as here comes Zach Atchison once again for Kearney as he will take over on the offensive side.
Last punt was a 33-yarder for Carter still.
Heavy set look for Kearney with, again, Pofall in at running back besides Atchison. Here comes the pulling guard, the hand off to Pofall. Pofall gets tackled from behind by Jake Kincaid. The ball might have come out. Hold on, the ball might have come out late into it. Did the Dogs get it?
Dog signal that they did.
And they did. Oh, my heavens. A fumble from Levi Pofall.
Tiernan Vanalik comes away with it.
Tiernan Vanalik.
The officials are having a little powwow here.
I hope not, but, man, it was very, very late in Pofall's rush that ball slipped out. Are they going to call him down? No, they're going to say that he is down.
No.
Oh, no, he overturned it.
Overturned it.
All right, so a little bit of some scariness there, but North Platte now takes over. First turnover for the day for Kearney and the Bearcats off of a fumble from Levi Pofall. And Tiernan Vanalik gets in there to pick it up. And now the Dogs in prime position potentially to score as they're at the Kearney now, I think, 28-yard line with 6:50 left to go here in this first quarter on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull scoreboard. As once again, Carter still is under center. Now getting everybody set. Stifler was going to be in motion. Now still going to keep it himself, and he's just going to go absolutely nowhere. Swallowed up immediately. I think one of the first people there for the side of Kearney and the Bearcats, Ty Busher. That's a gain of at least 1 for North Platte. So far, been a tough sledding for both teams to find any real consistent offense.
Yeah,
so far.
Kearney getting some preseason love. I think, did you say they were ranked top 10 in one poll?
In some polls, they were 8th.
Just looking
at 10-2.
Yeah, it was a good record last year.
So, once again, still is under center here trying to find some motion. Brecken Corkow is the man in motion. Handed up the middle to Owen Shea. Turning those legs, still trying to get something. He might have gotten 1 if he's lucky. So, at least 3rd and 8 for Owen Shea. It's once again a plethora of white jerseys there, starting with Ty Busher and Techmeyer.
Busher and Techmeyer again. Nice job by Owen Shea to keep those legs moving. He was hit immediately, so to get a yard or two,
3rd and 8 now for North Platte on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull scoreboard. 5:49 left to go here in this first quarter. 0-0 to score. Best starting position for the Dogs. They started at the Kearney 28-yard line following the fumble from Levi Pofall. As Carter still with 10 seconds left to go on the play clock, needs to get something.
It's still 4-down territory. You wouldn't necessarily have to pass here, just if you can get 3 or 4 yards.
Stifler was in motion. Carter's still going to keep it himself. Pitch it out to Brecken Korkow. It goes over his head. He's trying to pick it up. He finally will, but that most certainly will be a loss of about 4 yards. 4th and 12, a very high pitch from Carter still, and that's kind of what you might be expecting from such a young quarterback getting his first offensive start underneath the lights. A little too much with that pressure in terms of flipping the ball up, and it's, as you said, 4 down
high,
territory.
Little behind, but okay, 4th and 10, 4th and 11.
Now, Carter still does have a very, very good arm. In warm-ups, he was hitting some really good lasers if given the time appropriately, as Kearney is looking to give him the time. They have 5 deep cornerbacks and only looking to be rushing 3 with Caleb Larson in the middle. Or Cole Larson, excuse me, as Korkow in motion. Still, quick pass behind the hands there of Colton Altig, and that is a 3-and-out for North Platte. A turnover on downs for North Platte. 0 for 2 on their offensive starts. They, of course, picked up the fumble off of Levi Pofall and couldn't really convert on anything. It's 4:34 now left to go in this first quarter. North Platte tied with Kearney, 0-0 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard, as out comes Zach Atchison to get the offense reset for Kearney. Back to that heavy set, but now with 3 wide receivers to the near side. With Kellen Norman and Cope. Atchison stepping back, looking to throw. Still looking to throw it over the middle. Wide open man, breaking through 1 tackle, and another one. That seems to be Cannon Cope, and the first down today for Kearney and the Bearcats is they pick up 11, and they moved from their own 29-yard line now to the 41. So 12 yards for Cannon Cope. Plenty of time for Zach Atchison, and he's able to connect on the play, and it's now 1st and 10 for Kearney at around their own 41-yard line. 4:15 left to go.
Nice job of pass protection there by the Bearcat line. Dogs just couldn't get to him, and when you have that much time, it's tough to play coverage in the backfield.
Now the handoff once again to Pofall. He has plenty of distance. Tackle from behind, and there's Colton Altig with the tackle, but a good run from Levi Pofall. Believes going to make it 2nd down and maybe 3 for Kearney and the Bearcats, as Colton Altig was again right behind him. 8-yard pickup with 3:40 left to go, as checking now in for Kearney, Alec Knoll, as well as Cannon Cope, walks back on the field. So Atchison to the right of him has Levi Pofall. 2 wide receivers to the far side. Cannon Cope here to the near side. As Atchison in the shotgun formation. Now going to keep it himself. A lot of Bulldog defenders around. He skips through 1 defender at the 40 into the open field. 20, 15, 10, 5, and there might be a horse collar tackle from North Platte, but it doesn't matter. Trying to get there was Sam Euling, but a big touchdown run from Zach Atchison. And just like that, Kearney picks up their first point today on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard. Dogs really went hard for that rush, and Atchison made him pay with the read option.
They let Jake Kincaid get up the field, then they just tucked underneath him, and a heck of a run there by the quarterback, by Atchison.
6-0 left to go, as now on to kick Carter Symington for Kearney, as that's a low snap. Atchison with the hold, it's up, and it is good. And with that, we'll step aside. 7-0 the lead for Kearney when we come back here to Bauer Field on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming NorthPlattePost.com.
High school students, why wait to start college when you can begin transforming your future for free? Mid-Plains Community College is now offering free tuition for dual credit and early entry classes beginning this fall. Get ahead, save money, and transform your future while in high school. Talk to your high school guidance counselor or visit our website at mpcc.edu. That's mpcc.edu. Students are responsible for all course-related fees and must attend a Nebraska high school or Nebraska homeschool to qualify.
Experience the new Great Plains Health Sports and Therapy Building at 120 West Leota in North Platte, featuring Nebraska's first zero-G 3D unit for advanced balance training, pediatric therapy suite, therapy pool, hand therapy center, and sports performance gym. Call 308-568-7456 to schedule your appointment today. Great Plains Health, comprehensive care for recovery, rehabilitation, and performance.
Your health is our mission. Great Plains Health.
North North Platte Coast Sports.
Welcome back here to 1 North Platte High School. Currently 7-0 the lead for Kearney and the Bearcats after they had a big run from Zach Atchison. I believe 68 yards for Atchison is now
I believe
official.
Margell is back deep to receive,
I was
as well
gonna say,
as
I think that is Ty Hanneborg.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if that's an 8 or a 0, but I think that's Ty.
Normally it's Tiernan Vanalik who is back returning for North Platte, besides Ty Hanneborg. But as we said, Bargell will be the one back returning deep as once again Symington will be kicking for Kearney. 7-0 the lead on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard. Very, very high kick. Hanneborg picks it up around the 7-yard line. Now it's looking to come to the near side. Hanneborg skipping around a couple defenders. Breaks through one and another before he is piled up on top of there. Believe on this Adric Techmeyer, who will be the first Kearney defender on the kickoff. Back to grab Ty Hanneborg. And now here comes North Platte's offense for the 4th time here today. Actually, correction, 3rd time, as first 2 not really getting anything going. Can they find something here with 2:57 left to go on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard? 7-0 lead for Kearney and the Bearcats. Once again, Carter's still going to get the call from the near sideline. Starting to drizzle a little bit. I see some rain starting to fall just a smidge. As still under center. In motion, Brecken Corkow. The pitch out to Corkow with some speed. He has some daylight. He's trying to get tripped up from behind. He sips through one tackle, and I believe it there for Siler Steffen trips up Corkow before he can really get a full head of steam, but some good rushing.
4 yards than I thought.
Yeah,
4-yard gain. Nice job, Brecken.
4 yards for Corkow is getting his first real official touch following the last one, just going through his hands from a high pitch from Still. Much better from the young sophomore Carter Stills. Sophomore to sophomore connection early on here for this North Platte offense. Once again, North Platte now going to hand it off to Owen Shea up the middle. Using those legs. He is turning and he falls forward to maybe their own 31-yard line. That might be enough for a first down. I mean, it is oh so close on the far side. He might be
short a couple.
They're going to give him 2. They're going to short him by 2 yards. So at least 3rd down and 2 now for the Dogs offense. But a good pickup for Owen Shea.
That was good hard running by Shea. There's a kid you can tell spent a lot of time in the weight room this summer.
Much bigger. Of course, last year he was more of the speed back option when he came in. Now looking to really have bulked up this season for Owen Shea. The junior, as Corkow comes in motion. Still, he's going to keep it himself, and he is just gang tackled from behind. Zach Wolf was there.
Techmeyer and Wolf again.
Adric Techmeyer. I mean, poor Carter Still kind of looked like he got confused on where he was going to be going first off. He started in one direction, stopped, and went to the other direction. And because of that, the big senior Zach Wolf and Adric Techmeyer there to swallow him up. And another 3 and out for North Platte's offense as they lose a good chunk of yards, making it around 4th down and 6 as Carter Still, again, punting with deep returning for Kearney and the Bearcats being Trayton Norman. Nice spiraling kick. Norman going to pick it up around the 50-yard line. Breaks through one tackle. Now at the Bulldog 40. Norman, there's a foul. Looks like a block in the back on the side of the Kearney Bearcats. Is a big hit out of bounds. But a flag down at the North Platte 40-yard line. That one looks to be a block in the back. As Cade Songster was making his way downfield, there's a flag on that return.
Cade was the victim of that
block in the back, yeah. 7-0, of course, on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard. With 58 seconds left to go in the first quarter. 7-0 lead for Kearney and the Bearcats as we wait for an official call from...
and he's...
Oh, is he going to pick it up?
He's picking it up?
I think... No, he's going to leave
putting it back down. Okay.
I was hoping so. So, the call should go against the Bearcats. They're already starting to back up a bit. It looks like it'll be a block in the back as Cade Songster got pushed back. So it happened around the 40, and that might start him right where Trayton Norman grabbed the ball.
Yeah, just
close to the 50. They'll start him at the 49-yard line in Kearney territory. So North Platte trailing 7-0 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard. Zach Atchison, the quarterback once again, and now they're going to put it to the far hash this time. They had it on the near hash to us, and then now they threw it on the far side. So 1st and 10 for Kearney. They've been picking them up and putting them down, especially in that last offensive series when Atchison picking up a big one.
Cade Freeze in at right defensive end.
Good to see Cade Freeze. Of course, another varsity baseball player. Got, I think, an offer.
Tall lefty.
Yeah, I think got a big offer over the offseason for baseball as he was with the Prospects. 3 wide receivers again, 2 to the near side, 1 to the far side. Is Atchison going to roll here to the right? Looking to pitch it. Now he's going to cut upfield. He's almost tripped from behind, and he is, as there was Cade Freeze to at least apply the tackle. Trey Burke tripping up Zach Atchison, so probably a 5-yard pickup for Atchison. Makes it 2nd down and 5. That might have been, I wouldn't say another touchdown-saving tackle, but at least a good tackle to stop Atchison from getting more yards.
Way to get his ankle and just get him off balance, and Cade finished him off. 2nd down, 5 yards to go.
Under 30 seconds left to go here in this first quarter on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull scoreboard. 3 wide receivers, 2 to the far side, 1 to the near side. Cole Larson in at the tight end blocker spot as Pofall still here on the field as Cannon Cope comes in motion. Atchison stepping back, looking to throw. Now stepping up in the pocket. He's going to dump it off to Cole Larson at around the first down marker, and he'll keep turning those legs and fall forward to around the North Platte 36-yard line. So 1st down gain by Zach Atchison to Cole Larson, and with under 10 seconds left to go, we might potentially be seeing the end of this first quarter, and that is how this first quarter will officially come to an end. North Platte High School trailing Kearney and the Bearcats 7-0. We come back to Bauer Field on FM 98.1. AM 1410 and live streaming at NorthPlattePost.com. Of course, sponsored by the Cedar Room.
Rising, but the prices are falling. At Bill Summers Auto Group during their Dog Days of Summer sale. Whether you're fetching a new ride or sniffing out a great deal on a pre-owned vehicle, they've got the savings to make your tail wag. Get behind the wheel with sizzling offers, cool financing and trade-in values that will make you sit, stay, and save. But hurry, just like summer, these deals won't last forever. Stop out to Bill Summers, where families are our business, or visit online 24/7 at BillSummers.com.
Your family depends on you. That's why you work hard to make sure they have everything they need. With life insurance from American Family Life Insurance Company, you'll feel good knowing you've taken steps to protect what matters most. Now's the time to plan ahead. Let's talk about protecting your loved one's financial future and finding peace of mind you and your loved ones deserve. For details, contact Justin, 534-2400, or stop by 501 South Dewey Street, just south of Little Caesars Pizza on the corner of E and Dewey.
American Family Insurance.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to the Bauer Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410. Dogs currently trailing Kearney 7-0 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull scoreboard. Again, if we look at upcoming games this season here, Jeff Smeltzer, you look at these teams. Yet a lot of these teams have yet to play an official game till tonight. But what are some of the things you're keeping an eye out early on in this season from this division specifically?
I don't know for sure, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say North Platte has never faced an Alabama quarterback commit.
That's probably
before.
True.
In the history of North Platte football, they've never
No.
faced an Alabama quarterback commit. They will when they face Millard South, as long as an Illinois commit at running back.
Oh, okay.
Missouri and Iowa State commits at receivers.
That team is just absolutely stacked.
Already 6 Division I commits just from the seniors.
Yeah, that is absolutely crazy. Once again, Zach Atchison in at quarterback as new running back is in. Is Atchison going to keep it himself off the left side? Has some daylight, and he's swallowed up by a lot of black jerseys. The running back that was in for the side of Kearney and the Bearcats, Adric Techmeyer, the fullback. Still haven't seen Siler Steffen get a carry, but that's a good pickup of around 8 yards for Kearney. It now sits at least 2nd down and 2 for the Bearcats with 11:37 left to go on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull scoreboard. Our timeouts brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. As well as Hands of Heartland. Hands of Heartland has offered support and services for those with developmental disabilities in Nebraska since 1998, and they're bringing those services to the North Platte area. 4 wide receivers again as now Atchison stepping back, looking to throw. Has some pressure up the middle. He's going to the far sideline, and it's in and out of the hands of Cannon Cope. Cope wide open, but a little bit off balance as the Dogs had some great pressure from the outside, forcing Atchison to step up in the pocket. It's 3rd down.
First incompletion on the night for Atchison. He's 3 for 4 on the evening, so that's a positive.
That is a positive, and some good pressure, only rushing 4 this time for North Platte. Now it's can they do what they did in that first drive from Kearney and stop them? 3rd down and 2 for the Bearcats now with under 11:10 left to go in the second quarter on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull scoreboard. A 7-0 lead for Kearney. Levi Pofall back in at running back. Heavy set run-wise as they're going to hand it off to Pofall off the right side. He has plenty of daylight, and he'll easily get past the first down marker. I think he got 5, maybe even more, and because of that, it's an easy first down and 10 for Kearney.
Sam Euling in there for the stop, but yeah, nice run by Pofall. Let's okay, 1st and 10. Let's get a stop here on first down, Dogs.
That's what you want is checking in for North Platte. Big Callan Knutson wanders in, I think, for North Platte. And that's Luke Davis who comes in. Still heavy set for Kearney in terms of what their offensive line looks like, as once again they'll hand it off to Levi Pofall as he breaks into the open field through to the second level, and he might fall down to about the Bulldog, I think 7-yard line. Another big pickup this time by Levi Pofall. Kearney is now really digging out some big running holes for Pofall.
16-yard gain by Pofall on that nice run.
And with that, 1st and 10 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard. As Kearney in the red zone for the first time today, threatening to score. They lead 7-0 as Atchison, once again, that shotgun formation with Pofall. Only 2 wide receivers. As the handoff to Pofall up the middle again,
nice
but there is Trey Burke.
Nice
there
job,
to
Trey.
stiff him right out of the gut. Also there was Colton Altig to stop more of that run going forward, and there might not even be a gain on that play. 2nd down and goal for the side of the Bearcats.
Looks like the front 4 for the Dogs: Kincaid, Jacob Martinez, Luke Davis, and Will Rathjen.
So still with these 2 wide receivers set, Techmeyer now at the tight end position to the far right as Atchison fakes it. Now going to keep it himself up the middle. Zach Atchison with plenty of distance and room, and he gets into the end zone for Kearney's 2nd touchdown today. He basically went untouched until he got to about the 2-yard line, and Zach Atchison picks up another touchdown, his 2nd rushing today, and it's 13-0 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard.
That's 70 yards rushing on the evening for the quarterback, Atchison.
As Carter Symington now back to kick. Another high kick up in the air, and it is good. It's now 14-0. We come back here to Bauer Field on FM 98.1, AM 1410. Kearney leading this one 14-0.
Every step should feel great, but if foot pain, bunions, heel spurs, or injuries are slowing you down, Great Plains Foot and Ankle Specialist is here to help. Their expert team of doctors provide top-notch care, from routine foot health to advanced treatments and surgery. Whether you're an athlete, always on the go, or just tired of aching feet, they'll get you back on your feet pain-free. Step into comfort. Call Great Plains Foot and Ankle Specialist today, or see them online at gpfootandankle.com.
Today is the day. After countless hours of research, cutting back expenses, and 9 months of anxiously waiting for her, today is the day you finally bring home your new car. It's also the day to protect her with an auto policy from Shelter Insurance. Our policies
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to Bauer Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410. It's 14-0 the lead for the Bearcats here with 9:35 left to go on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard. I believe, 7-yard touchdown run from Zach Atchison. How many rushing yards? 77 now, you think?
70 yeah.
On the day with 2 touchdowns, all on his legs. So again, both teams facing off for the first time this season. Only 2 returners from either side combined, and those 2 returners coming on the side of Kearney, with John Floral as well as Zach Wolf. Timeouts brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B, as that's going to go out the back. And the Dogs will now take over for their 5th drive today. So far unsuccessful really in all 4 of them. Currently have yet to even get, I think, a first down as well. So offense not looking too good, but you can also kind of expect that with how young this team really is overall.
Still finding their way, feeling it out. It's early. Let's pop one here.
Yeah, it really, honestly, you just need to get, I think, 1 first down to kind of break that, break the bridge. If you get something going, at least, one thing builds in front of another, which builds in front of another.
They don't respect the passing game. Everybody's within 7 yards of the line of scrimmage.
And Carter still, man, he's got a good arm in the warm-ups. We saw it as Brecken Corkow and Motown. The pitch out to Corkow. Has some good blockers. He tries to cut up field, and there on the stop immediately for Kearney and the Bearcats. I believe, right off the run, that's Sam Lundgren, who was there to trip up Corkow. But again, Brecken Corkow.
Yeah, running hard.
He's running hard, but he's also really getting some good yards, even if it's some short 4-yard bursts, 4-yard pickup. It's 2nd and 6 now for North Platte High. And you talked about some of the names you were impressed with the scrimmage, and Corkow was one of those guys. He was one of them,
yep. I was impressed with him and Shea and Burke and Rathjen. They were the ones that stood out. Lineman I didn't know.
Pitch out to Corkow again as they're barreling down from around the scrimmage. John Floral, the senior, but good little read option there by Carter Still to pitch it out to Corkow before he got walloped, but a pickup of 2. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No. We didn't have any programs last week for the scrimmage, so I didn't know all the linemen. So there's some linemen that did some good things, but I just didn't know who they were.
So it's, I think, a really big 3rd down and 4 for North Platte High School here with 8:40 left to go on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard. And Still will get the read from the sideline. Coach Altig with some crutches after he hyperextended his knee a couple weeks ago, and we'll have a timeout called by North Platte. Their first timeout today, as unfortunately for the young offense, they couldn't get the play call in time.
And injuries aren't limited to just the players. Coaches are...
Jokingly, I would take a coach injury over a player injury so far. Even though I love Coach Altig, I would take that out of a player getting injured.
Shout out to 2 of those Bulldogs who would have been seeing plenty of action, Harper Whitney and Malachi Camacho over there sitting this one out, due to injury. But
Camacho, we hope, is going to be back soon. Of course, for Harper Whitney, it's more of when he is cleared, of course, tearing his ACL during the Omaha-Benson game late in the season last year, and makes it even more painful as that Benson the very next week stopped their football season. Yeah. So it was like that game was really pointless in terms of playing guys. Even we didn't even play. It's the worst part is we didn't even play him that much. I think we played about a quarter and a half, and then he got injured there. So we'll be seeing Harper Whitney at some point, as well as Malachi Camacho. That's a name that's going to be.
I sure hope so. Yeah.
Yeah, Camacho's going to be somebody I think offensively who would probably be another speedy player to go to outside of Corkow.
He's a strong kid, too.
Yeah.
And then Harper, he started at corner, and he was a punt returner, kick returner.
And he was probably our best corner last year statistically. As 3rd down and 4 for North Platte High School. Connor Still, of course, under center. As in motion was Corkow. They're going to hand it off to Owen Shea off the right side. He has some good rushing room. He'll keep falling forward. They might get to the 31, and that might be the first down.
Well, it's awfully
close.
If not.
We'll see where the spot is. They give it to him. Dogs get their first down today. And Owen Shea wisely took it, bouncing it to the right side instead of up the middle, and that probably gave him enough leverage to get that first down.
And running low, running behind his pads.
Now 2 wide receivers to the far side, Altig as well as Sam Euling, as the pitch now to Connor Stifler. There's a lot of white jerseys around Stifler, and he's going to go nowhere, as there's that UNK commit, Zach Wolf, swallowing Carter Stifler up, and that's a pretty big loss for North Platte High School. It might be, it's only 2 yards, actually, so not that bad. Not that bad, but going back.
-2?
Yeah, not that bad, honestly. It looked like it was going to be about 5 from the initial.
And where did Wolf come from? He was on the line.
He's on the left side of the line, I think, and he comes actually, no, he's on the right side there, so just a lot of bodies making their way to where Stifler was. Still, once again, under center, Corkow was in motion, but now he'll step back looking to throw. He's going to step up, and he's going to get sacked off of that right side, and guess who it was? Once again, Zach Wolf.
Yeah.
Comes from the right, and he blows right past left tackle Blake Tonkinson, and that's a sack and another loss for North Platte. That looks to be about 2 yards again. So 3rd and 14. That was the first pass attempt for Carter Still today, and nothing doing it with the offensive line, unfortunately not being able to hold the pressure enough. So very, very long down here, 3rd and 14. As Corkow was in motion, but they'll stop, and there's 10 seconds left on the play clock.
I think they're trying to get him on a hard count on that, and then they'll reset.
5 seconds left to go. Carter Still's going to have to go. 2 seconds, 1 second, as they'll hand it now. Actually, keep it there as Carter Still has a little bit of daylight, and he'll scurry at least back to the line of scrimmage. Another sea of white jerseys there to stop him, as the first man that came barreling in for Kearney there, Leighton Pater. And that's now at least getting, again, back to the line of scrimmage there, but 4th and 10 for the Bulldogs. At least got their first down of today, but nothing really after that.
And really that last run by Carter, that's a nice run.
Opened up a really good gap in the middle, but that speedy middle linebacking core that Kearney has stopping still from getting anything further. 6:13 left to go on our State Farm agent Bobby Holt's scoreboard.
Nice
Another great punt is all the way back to around the, I think, 32-yard. Well, actually, correction, that'll be, let's see what that's bottom. 32-yard line all the way back is Trayton Norman. So big punt by Carter Still, and that's good because, of course, last year one of the complaints you would have if you were a analyst of North Platte was the punting unit really struggled in certain instances. You know, Luke Borges, for all the great things he does as a field goal kicker, really sometimes struggled with how to, punt a ball, even though which makes no sense because when he did get a good punt off, it was pretty big. Yeah.
I think that was a 40-yarder. I looked at the spot, and when I went back to look at the yard marker, they had moved on me already, so I think it was a 40-yarder.
We'll give them 40. Here comes another drive for Kearney. They lead 14-0 on our State Farm agent Bobby Holt's scoreboard. Zach Atchison so far leading the way with 2 touchdowns on the run, 70 yards in total. 2 running backs here as they're going to keep it and now hand it off up the middle as there goes Dylan Dinsloggy. Dinsloggy, I think, picked up 9 yards. So Dinsloggy with his first run today. Colton Altick there to stop him. Pickup of 9 yards to make it 2nd down and 1 for the Bearcats offense as checking out goes Techmeyer.
They can't sneak those guys in there. He wasn't on the too deep. But that was
well,
nice
it's so funny
Dinsloggy.
because I got a starting lineup and we've never seen Siler Steffen out there a single time.
Okay.
So Coach Brandon Kuhl trying to throw all of us off the mark right now. Of course, 25th season for head coach Kuhl, and of course a successful program that Kearney is. 3 wide receivers, 2 to the far side, 1 to the near side as Atchison going to hand it off to Popal. Popal up the middle, going to stumble forward. I think correction, that's Dinsloggy again. He'll pick up at least the necessary, 1 yard for a first down, and he will get it as Dinsloggy gets his 2nd carry today, and he'll get a first and another fresh set of downs for the Bearcats. Second quarter here, of course, on our State Farm agent Bobby Holt's scoreboard. Timeouts brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Its location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. Dinsloggy still in at running back, but a very, very high in terms of offensive line pressure is rolling out to the near side. Atchison going to throw it. Man, that is just around the ankles almost.
Incomplete.
I believe
incomplete.
Actually, they received that grab. Leighton Pater, he almost dropped it, but that's a first down and then some for the Bearcats. Atchison had some time, and Colton Altick was in good position, and an even better catch by Pater. And just like that, Kearney now gets a fresh set of downs, back-to-back plays. 4:48 left to go on our State Farm agent Bobby Holt's scoreboard here in the second quarter. Still 14-0 lead for Kearney.
Yeah, nice little play action roll out to the left and found Pater. It was probably going to be their top scorer on their basketball team.
Yes, he is. 3 wide receivers now again, 2 running backs in, and we're going to look like have a timeout by head coach Brandon Kuhl as looks like they weren't ready. 4:29 left to go as the play clock almost went out. And with that, we'll step aside and take a break here. 14-0 on our State Farm agent Bobby Holt's scoreboard. We come back to Bauer Field.
Dave's Place is back. That's right. Dave's Place is back open, but this time at a brand new location. Come check us out at our new Dave's Place, just north of Walmart at 502 East Francis.
But don't worry, we haven't changed the best of Dave's Place.
So the best wings in town.
And the best pizza, too.
And the family atmosphere you always want, just at a new stop. Dave's Place is now open at 502 East Francis in North Platte. Dine-in, carry-out, or DoorDash.
Whoop, whoop.
In a lawsuit, a little extra liability protection can go a long way. I'm Justin Thompson at the Justin Thompson Agency. A personal umbrella policy from American Family Insurance offers $1 million or more of coverage over and above the limits of your auto and home policy. And it's affordable. Contact Justin at the Justin Thompson Agency at 501 South Dewey Street or call 534-2400 today.
American Family Insurance.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to Bauer Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410, 14-0 the lead for Kearney and the Bearcats here on our State Farm agent Bobby Holt's scoreboard. Timeouts brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group, his location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. As here comes Levi Pofall up the middle, and Pofall with a big rush of 9 yards.
Euling and Stifler there to make the tackle.
Yeah, makes it now a 2nd down and 1 for Kearney. Again, they're getting some really good penetration up front, really moving the big North Platte men out of the way and finding some good holes for Levi Pofall and this running attack.
So we see a new defensive tackle checking back in. I think that's Caden Brex.
I believe it's also Jacob Martinez.
Oh, it's it's 58, not 56.
Yeah, so 58 checking in here for North
that's
Platte.
Ramos.
Enrique Ramos. Now is the handoff again to Levi Pofall. He'll go off to the far side, and he'll break through not just one tackle, but almost a second. Good open field tackle from Connor Stifler, but Levi Pofall exploding into the secondary and picking up a first down and then some for Kearney. And I think he's almost to the red zone with 3:43 left to go here in this second quarter on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull scoreboard. Again, our Sports Zone sponsors for today's game, Justin Thompson Agency with American Family Insurance. The ever-changing industry standards, they pride themselves on top-notch customer service, no matter what type of insurance you are looking for. Two running backs in motion there. Tight end for Kearney is once again Pofall going to take it up the middle. Man, he had just a sea of open daylight. He breaks through one tackle. He drags, I believe that is Sam Euling, all the way into the end zone. And that is a big pickup for Levi Pofall and another Kearney Bearcat touchdown. The lead is just ever growing now, 20-0 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull scoreboard. Man, there was just nobody around the center of the field on that run, and Pofall just had plenty of daylight to get the Jets turned on. As Carter Symington once again back to kick for the Bearcats. Up it goes, and it is up, and it is in. It's now 21-0 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull scoreboard. Jeff Smeltzer, it is getting a little out of hand.
They're finding their way. You know, the lack of experience. You know, we're talking about that big senior class last year is 25 or 27 seniors. A lot of them were linemen, so a lot of these offensive, defensive linemen.
I think it was basically almost all of it, minus Jake Kincaid.
Other than Jake Kincaid, you know, and maybe Tonk a little bit. You know, these guys have never seen any varsity action, or very little.
Yeah.
So they're finding out what it's like. You know, took their lumps a little bit, but.
And I think we all could have expected maybe this to be the start of this season. Again, as we said, really only Jake Kincaid, the player that has seen predominant amount of offensive time for the Bulldogs, either which way you go, and then of course Trey Burke being that other guy, specifically only on the defensive side of things. So
and not just starters, like experienced starters, like a 3-year starter at quarterback, and Johnson and
experienced
Torres,
offensive linemen that have been there for I think 3 or 4 years: Boussard, Penn, Carter, Dishman. So it's not just that they had talent that, of course, graduated. It's really the experience on Friday night, because that's half the battle. It's not only do you need to have talent, of course, but you also need to really be experienced and see what has been going on. The good news is no flags right now. No flags, no turnovers.
You know, you're inexperienced.
Those are, I think, two important things for a young team.
For a first game, no matter what kind of experience you have, that first game's always sloppy.
So far, looking pretty good on that side of things.
But to have your first game, you know, with a young team, and you're facing a team that was 10-2 last year, a team that was ranked most of the season.
Only losses to some of the best teams in the state. You know, Millard South being one of them. So we'll see how. You know, of course, again, we just take it game by game. You know, every game they're just going to get bigger. But I think the big takeaway is they haven't really beat themselves, which I think is a good positive right now. Because a lot of the times we've always talked about the Bulldogs have been the culprit of their own, you know, they're the victim of their own demise with their turnovers and penalties. So far, has not been the case.
Every Bearcat within 6 yards of the line of scrimmage.
Yep, as still, again, under center. I believe that's Trayton Burke. That is Trey Burke, who is the big back for North Platte, as he'll take his first carry today, and he might have picked up 2 yards if we're lucky. But Trey Burke, of course, committing to Shattern State as, that's not good. Trey Burke is down. He is getting back up, though. Okay, good. Looks like he just might have twisted his ankle a little bit. Of course, I'm just
back in at the power back.
Yeah, very definitely afraid of injuries. You know, Lexi Lantis for the volleyball team going down for the rest of the season with an ACL tear from the Jamboree game.
And missing Kiki from the
Kiki
jump.
as well tore her ACL in one of the first basketball camps of the offseason. So injuries do frighten me, but at least it looks like it's maybe just a little bit of a twinked ankle so far for Trey Burke. 2nd down and 8 for the Bulldogs with 2:56 left to go before halftime on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard. As Carter still sitting under center waiting to get the A-OK from the head official. As Owen Shea checks right back in. As a motion goes Corkow. Now the pitch out to Brecken Corkow. Trying to get through some blockers. Breaks a one tackle and is swarmed from behind. The guy that was there immediately after the broken tackle to tackle Corkow, John Florell. And that's, again, another solid pickup for Corkow, maybe 2 yards. But at least makes it third down and manageable for the Dogs offense. And if they can just, again, if the offensive line can hold for just a couple of seconds and maybe parts of the Red Sea somewhere, maybe they can get a good little game.
It's just good flow and good pursuit by the Bearcats. You know, they had good blocks on the edge, just great pursuit.
And that's just something you see from a Coach Cool-led offense. Quick pass up the middle, and it is almost intercepted. They tried to get it to Colton Altig, but again, John Florell was right there. Of course, young quarterback trying to make a quick read to Altig right around the first down marker, but Florell, the senior, read it perfectly, and it's 4th down and 6. Another 3 and out for the Dogs offense, but even at least saving grace, it wasn't a turnover. First probably ill-advised play by North Platte in terms of danger level today. And now they bring out, once again, Carter still to punt. As they'll get set, had a big 40-yarder in his last kick. Almost blocked. Another high boomer, and that's going to be wrapped up around the 46-yard line. Once more from Trayton Norman.
That one's not as good. That was 29 yards.
Yeah, not the best. We could potentially, though, see some heavy rain coming later tonight. So for the North Platte, that might be, I wouldn't say a saving grace, but maybe a little bit of an equalizer to help. They trailed 21-0 with 2:01 left to go here in our, of course, State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard. So once again, Atchison in at quarterback. Levi Pofall out in the field. Cole Larson as well, as I think they're going to get a new football as they'll replace that one. Ball at the Bearcat 46-yard line. 21-0 lead for Kearney as they'll get ready to rock and roll to the near side. Cannon Cope to the far side with it for the Bearcats. Kellen Denny as well as Trey Norman in the slot. Actually, correction, that's Cole Larson who's in the slot as Atchison has Levi Pofall to the left of him as Trey Burke waddling towards the sideline, and they're going to have a late substitution.
I think that's Reese Perry.
Yeah, Reese Perry, the backup linebacker, checking in, unfortunately, for Trey Burke as he hobbles to the sideline. As there's a good stop as Zach Atchison tried to pitch it to Pofall, but Colton Altig with a good closeout on Atchison, and there is a loss of 3 yards on that play, making it now 2nd down and 12. Good little closeout there from Colton Altig. And with under 1:40 left to go here before halftime, maybe if the Dogs get a 3 and out, at least get something positive before halftime. 2nd and very, very long. 4 wide receivers, 2 to the near side, 2 to the far side as Atchison, Stephen Mack looking to throw. Good pressure. Going down the field. Wide open. Oh! In and out of the hands of Ty Hanneborg. That was the open man as I think the wide receiver slipped on the far side, I believe. That is going to be Kellen Denny slipping, trying to go on a post route. And because of that, Ty Hanneborg was right there anticipating potentially, but it goes.
His back pedal, and he jumped up and just
threw his hands.
Oh, man.
Would have been a big play for North Platte, but 3rd down and 13. The clock has stopped at 1:26 as Atchison once again will come from the sideline, getting the play call from Coach Cool. Now we'll step back. Again, 4 wide receivers, 2 to the far side, 2 to the near side. Cool. As we have Cannon Cope to the near side, is now rolling to his right is Zach Atchison. Atchison now going to step up in the pocket, and he's going to be tackled by Colton Altig. So Atchison will pick up at least 3 yards to make it at least back to maybe the line of scrimmage, but good closeout for North Platte's defense. Will Altig call a timeout, I think, is the question. I think Kearney might go for on 4th down. If you're Coach Altig, I think now you should call that timeout. They have 2 remaining. Under a minute left to play. I don't know how I feel about.
I think you just
and maybe
go into the locker room.
They have 12 seconds left before, of course, the quarter ends. So I think Kearney's going to take a timeout right before the play clock expires, so that at least they can bring the punt unit out. and then pin North Platte deep
Use
with
as much time as they can.
Yeah, I understand. So maybe if you're Coach Altig not calling that timeout, saving it for potentially, again, you said take them into half. They potentially might be able to get a couple runs off.
Yeah.
But, of course, timeout's brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. You can check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Sweet B. Been a pretty quiet first half for North Platte here today. They trailed 21-0 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard. I still think holistically some good things to take away, even if it's not been the most successful in terms of yardages and scores.
Yeah, first of all, getting some experience. You know, you got to start somewhere, getting some experience. A couple nice runs. Defense had a 3-and-out, and then they had the turnover. And then
just haven't been able to capitalize, I think is the word.
No, and like you said, we haven't had any turnovers, haven't had the penalties, so
haven't hurt ourselves with our mistakes. As Trey Burke now heading towards, it looks like, the locker room. Very, very high snap. Kick coming in from Carter Symington, as Hannibal are going to call for the fair catch at around the 17-yard line. And now the question is, do you think North Platte takes a knee? I think they're going to take a knee here and just kind of take it into halftime.
I would think so.
Trailing
I can't see the clock. It's
29 seconds.
Yeah.
So, of course, now the question is, how is Trey Burke doing? Is he sitting near the tunnel waiting for the team to finish out this half and will walk back with them, limped towards the sidelines last defensive possession? Of course, twisted his ankle on his lone carry of the day, it looks like. As North Platte looking to not go in that knee formation. Kearney expecting potentially a throw. They have a lot of defenders back. As Carter still will get under center. Again, Owen Shea right behind him at power back. Stifler here on the near sideline. As in motion now, the pitch out, they're going to give it. That's Caleb Neidhart. And Neidhart going to be spun down after a strong pickup of about 7 yards. And there's a guy we were hoping to see more and more of as the season goes along, Caleb Neidhart. As that's a solid pickup of 7, maybe.
He's got some wheels.
10 seconds left to go. I don't know if North Platte will get one last play in. It looks like they won't, and this will do it for the first half. But Neidhart picks up his first carry and picks up a solid 8 yards for North Platte. And that's how we're going to halftime. North Platte trailing Kearney, the Bearcats, 21-0. Two teams that came into today's contest pretty light in terms of overall time together, if you know what I mean. I mean, fortunately for North Platte, again, only really one true starter coming back compared to Kearney, who has a whole heck of a lot of starters coming back. But honestly, for the Bulldogs, I think while the score and maybe the total yardage hasn't gone their way, holistically, I think a pretty good outing, to start this season. Haven't beat themselves up. Now it's just trying to see if they can make some plays happen.
Yeah, you're down 21-0. Things can happen.
Yes.
Maybe you get another turnover or two. But, yeah, again, you're starting with a very, very inexperienced team. And
asking them to go up against a very well-coached. Let's give them, of course, always give the prompts to this Kearney program, Coach Cool and the team, man. They are always well coached. They always know what they're doing. They rarely make mistakes, and you see it again here today. They just aren't really beating themselves up. North Platte isn't beating themselves up either, but currently trail 21-0.
Yeah, and you look at the Kearney roster, and it darn near 100 kids out there on the roster, and there's not that many sophomores. So that's just a lot of juniors and seniors.
Yeah,
a lot of experience. If they didn't have varsity experience, they had a lot of JV experience. They're just a lot of kids out there.
They're just super deep.
Yeah.
They're well coached. Coach Cool's been at the game 25-plus seasons now at Kearney. That team is always well coached. They never beat themselves up. And then, of course, Kearney's always just an area that breeds talent left, right, and center no matter what sport. So we'll step aside, take a break. We come back, more of our quick stop halftime show. As always, timeout's brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B.
Drink, get everything you need in a blink. That's why everybody stops at Quick Stop. We're always open right around the corner. Quick Stop.
Hands of Heartland has offered support and services for those with developmental disabilities in Nebraska since 1998 and is now bringing those services to the North Platte area. Residential services, respite services, community services, and even day services. Hands of Heartland offers a full array of services from 24-hour supports to just a few hours per week. Learn more today online at handsofheartland.com. That's handsofheartland.com. Hands of Heartland, providing creative opportunities to live and grow.
Great Plains Health Orthopedics in North Platte is ready to serve you with board-certified orthopedic surgeons and a team of medical professionals who specialize in hip, knee, and shoulder joint replacements and revisions, minor to complex hand injuries, sports medicine for both the serious athlete and the weekend warrior, new and innovative operative and non-operative procedures, and work-related injuries. Same-week appointments are available. Call Great Plains Health Orthopedics today.
Your health is our mission. Great Plains Health.
The temperatures are rising, but the prices are falling. At Bill Summers Auto Group during their Dog Days of Summer sale. Whether you're fetching a new ride or sniffing out a great deal on a pre-owned vehicle, they've got the savings to make your tail wag. Get behind the wheel with sizzling offers, cool financing, and trade-in values that will make you sit, stay, and save. But hurry, just like summer, these deals won't last forever. Stop out to Bill Summers, where families are our business, or visit online 24/7 at billsummers.com.
The 2025 St. Patrick's Catholic Church Block Party is back September 13th and 14th in North Platte. Join the parish Saturday night after the 5:30 Mass with a nacho bar, beer garden, and live music from Kim Baxter. Then Sunday from 12 to 3, join us for kids' games, raffles, fun jumps, a bake sale, and lunch. Fellowship, food, and fun, all at the St. Patrick's Catholic Church Block Party in North Platte, September 13th and 14th. Come join in on the fun.
Hands of Heartland has offered support and services for those with developmental disabilities in Nebraska since 1998 and is now bringing those services to the North Platte area. Residential services, respite services, community services, and even day services. Hands of Heartland offers a full array of services from 24-hour supports to just a few hours per week. Learn more today online at handsofheartland.com. That's handsofheartland.com. Hands of Heartland, providing creative opportunities to live and grow.
Hey, high school students, why wait to start college when you can begin transforming your future for free? Mid-Plains Community College is now offering free tuition for dual credit and early entry classes beginning this fall. Get ahead, save money, and transform your future while in high school. Talk to your high school guidance counselor or visit our website at mpcc.edu. That's mpcc.edu. Students are responsible for all course-related fees and must attend a Nebraska high school or Nebraska homeschool to qualify.
Growing up, my parents always encouraged me to do what's right, even if it wasn't easy. I'd always hear my mother's voice say, "Do the right thing." That stuck with me. Every day, just do the right thing. That's it. The rest takes care of itself.
At Shelter Insurance, we believe in doing the right thing for our customers and our communities.
See me, Pete Volz, at 501 South Jeffers for a free insurance review.
The Bulldogs play here on FM 98.1 and 1410 AM, KOOQ. Merrick's Ranch House. Lunch specials Tuesday through Saturday with two sides, just $10. See them on Facebook. Dine in, order online, use DoorDash, or just call for carryout. Merrick's.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to, of course, One Bauer Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410, Paxton Gordon here. Jeff Smeltzer, as always, is joining me right now. Smeltzer, it's halftime right now, and it's, of course, not the greatest if you look at the score alone. Currently sitting at 21-0 in favor of Kearney and the Bearcats, but honestly, if you're a fan of North Platte, you're pretty proud to see that they aren't not only haven't given up yet, but I hate to say given up yet, but like you see what they're trying to do. You at least see a little bit of it right there in the short time that we've seen this young team.
Yeah, and there's a lot of fight out there. Nobody's going down easy.
Yep.
A lot of churning of the legs, a lot of popping out there. So
hard running.
They're playing hard. Kearney's just winning the battle at the line of scrimmage, getting some nice holes for whether it's Pofall or the quarterback Atchison. Pass defense has been pretty good.
Yeah, honestly, that might be and you look at the stats, and here I'll pull it up actually right now. Of course, our game stats brought to you in part by State Farm agent Bobby Campbell. If you look at the halftime game stats here, from either side, 192 total yards, 155 rushing yards. Take Zach Atchinson's big, I think 60, close to 60-yard run, and that's under 120. That's under 120 yards that they have offensively. So the defense has been playing, I really think, out of its mind and doing a fantastic job staying home and really not letting anything get past them outside of the one big run, which, of course, that's always how it goes. You let one big thing happen, and then, then you get paid for it there.
Yeah. And one of the passes is play-action rollout, where Atchison used his feet to break contain and then had people open. Another pass, just couldn't get any pressure on him on the other one, and, you just tough to hold up in pass coverage, for that long. But, overall, I thought the defense had played pretty well. Offense having some struggles.
And honestly, I think, and I want to bring this discussion point up with you. How much do you think maybe the offensive struggles just boil down to not making the wrong move? You know what I mean? Because there's two sides to the North Platte offense. There's always the dangerous side where you're trying to do a little too much, and that's what has bit them in the rear end the last couple of seasons with big turnovers, that Lincoln East game being a prime example of that. How much do you think maybe this offense is about, at the moment right now, just don't make a mistake, and if there is a hole, or at least if the first read is there, go for it. Doesn't matter where it is.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter where a defender is. If you see an opening, just dive into it.
There was I don't know if it was a late pitch, but an errant pitch on the option. That
was the first pitch of the game.
Yeah.
First pitch of the game.
Kearney does not respect our passing game at all. I've said it a couple times. They're all within 6 or 7 yards of the line of scrimmage, and it's tough to block that many defenders. And I don't know what the answer is, and
I think that's also frustrating because we've seen Carter still good throwing quarterback.
Yeah.
And you've probably seen him more in the JV than I have, but he's not a slouch when it comes to his passing attack.
No, and he can do it. And I don't know if, like you said, if we're playing ultra conservative, we don't want to beat ourselves. First game, maybe we open it up in the second half. First game, you don't want to beat yourself with the turnovers, the penalties, which we've been
zero,
very
all
good
zeros
at.
on that.
So hats off to the Dogs for that. Maybe we get a little more creative and open it up a little bit in the second half.
I think that's what we need to see. I think now when you're down 21-0, I think you need to at least, as you said, open it up more. Now is not the time to play it safe. You've done that in the first half, and I wouldn't say it was unsuccessful, but it really didn't get any momentum for the team. Now you're really going to have to start making I hate to say effort because that's not really the right word, but making plays. You're going to have to really start opening things up and trying to go out of the comfort zone just a little bit, because if you don't, and then it's just going to continue to keep, I wouldn't say spiraling, but Kearney's just going to keep marching it down the field slowly but steadily, inch by inch, and putting a score in.
Yeah, and one of the things that Coach Cool is doing for Kearney is they respect Jake Kincaid and his pass rushing abilities. Yep. They've only had thrown the ball 6 times, only 6 attempts, and they've rolled away from him a lot. So
been to the opposite side of Kincaid's field.
And that long run by Atchison, they let Jake get up the field a little bit, and then he just ran underneath, using his aggression against him. And in first game, jitters, you're out to make a big play, and he kind of over pursued there. But Atchison's a good player. He's accounted for 71 yards on the ground and 37 through the air, so 108 of their 192 yards.
Mm-hmm. So you knew it was going to happen in terms of just Kearney being systematic. That's just who they've always been. They've even always to start the season. They might not be the most impressive team to start the season, but they just are not gonna. They're not gonna beat themselves. So it's up for North Platte now in the second half to go a little bit away from that comfort and maybe try to force the envelope just a little bit more on the offensive side. But again, it all relies on if that offensive line can hold just a little bit, and that's always going to be that's always going to be the main talking point for the next couple of weeks. Again, first time for a lot of these guys outside of Jake Kincaid that have seen predominant Friday Night Lights experience on the varsity side. A lot of these guys, maybe, again, Blake Tonkinson filling in a few minutes here and there when Matusak went down last year. A lot of these guys are really young, and, again, they're trying not to beat themselves, but maybe that's what's costing them just a little bit in terms of making maybe a big play or at least getting to maybe a better block.
And how many years has it been where we've relied on that power back, where it was last year, was it Zoe Brecken, who was our power back.
It was Alonzo.
Yeah, it was, Zoe, boom, boom,
And
boom.
I think Zoe was more of a Torres and Broman were down, early in the season, so it's kind of maybe had to force him more. But
was it Robley before him?
It was Brock Robley before him. It was Xavier Albertson, then
Yeah,
Brock
it was
Robley.
Albertson and then Robley. So how many years have we just had a dominating, power back? And I think Owen Shea can do it.
We've seen it. Yeah, we've seen it. It's just
Yeah.
that you can only do so much if there's no hole or
Yeah.
something's in the backfield. Which again, we're not really putting any blame on anybody. This is the first game of the season.
Yeah.
So there's always going to be a misread, as we've seen a couple of times.
This is the football version of last year's basketball team where
Yes,
you had
yes.
nobody with any
Yes.
varsity experience, and
You're just trying to build week by week, just
feeling
keep
it out,
building.
finding their way. They're going to find some things that are going to work for them. In the speed backs, plenty of kids with good wheels if they can get to the corner.
Yeah, and we saw that even though there hasn't been a big gain that we've become accustomed to, we've seen them, if they get to that corner, there is some difference-maker speed on this team. It's just, can they cut that edge and find a clean enough hole to get there? So step aside again, quick stop, halftime show, 27 locations open, 24 hours a day. North Platte trailing Kearney and the Bearcats here, 21-0 on our State Farm agent, Bobby Holst, scoreboard.
The 2025 St. Patrick's Catholic Church Block Party is back September 13th and 14th in North Platte. Join the parish Saturday night after the 5:30 Mass with a nacho bar, beer garden, and live music from Kim Baxter. Then Sunday from 12 to 3, join us for kids' games, raffles, fun jumps, a bake sale, and lunch. Fellowship, food, and fun, all at the St. Patrick's Catholic Church Block Party in North Platte, September 13th and 14th. Come join in on the fun.
Hey, high school students, why wait to start college when you can begin transforming your future for free? Mid-Plains Community College is now offering free tuition for dual credit and early entry classes beginning this fall. Get ahead, save money, and transform your future while in high school. Talk to your high school guidance counselor or visit our website at mpcc.edu. That's mpcc.edu. Students are responsible for all course-related fees and must attend a Nebraska high school or Nebraska homeschool to qualify.
Hi, this is Dr. Chris Kroll. At Kroll Clinic, we specialize in all areas of rehab, from daily aches and pains to sports injuries, motor vehicle accidents, or post-surgical care. We're the area's premier facility for concussion recovery. Visit us at KrollClinic.com, that's K-R-U-L-L Clinic.com, or come visit us at Westfield Shopping Center in North Platte. We are committed to getting you back in the game of life without those annoying facility fees.
North Platte Post Sports.
Back here to Bauer Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410. Currently 21-0 on our State Farm agent Bobby Holst scoreboard as North Platte makes its way out to get warmed up for the second half. I think a developing story that me and Jeff Smeltzer are keeping an eye on. Trayton Burke, so far, I don't see his number out there. Of course, he injured his ankle on his very first run of the year and tried to play a little bit and then, unfortunately, pulled himself out on the last Kearney defensive series, and so far I don't see him out there warming up for North Platte. That might be a pretty big blow just because of all the things Trayton does from that middle linebacker position for the Dogs.
I think we'll see a lot of Reese Perry. I think Reese went in to spell him after he came out. So.
Yeah, and he looked pretty good.
Yeah.
And I think this defense, is well equipped to, even if one person goes down, you're not really going to feel a difference, even with the really outstanding talent that is Trayton Burke. But it'll be interesting to see if he does come out later in the game, or if they'll just call him, nice and rest for the next couple of games. Again, North Platte will be traveling on the road next week, as we will be pulling up now our little schedule just for everybody to take a look at, going to Lincoln East next week. That's at Seacrest. So be fun to see as here comes Trayton Burke.
Oh, here he comes.
Ankle all taped up.
Yeah,
he looks good out, which is good. All taped up with that ankle, and I think that's happy and pleasing to see. But Jeff Smeltzer is jumping our Owls lock and save keys to the second half. Take me through what you think North Platte needs to do on the offensive side to break this cold streak in terms of the scoring and get something going for them.
Yeah, stick with the positives. The no turnovers, no penalties. If you can keep that going, don't beat yourself. Don't be afraid to punt the ball and make Kearney try and go the length of the field. Defensively, I think you're doing fine.
Yeah, I don't even know what you can even change, really, honestly. Maybe stay a little better home in terms of those runs to the outside, or if they try to break containment. So it'll be interesting to see. Again, defensively, not really much to talk about because they, honestly, I think have looked pretty good. Again, you sit there and be like, 192 yards. That's still pretty good for Kearney's offense. But a majority of it's from the one big Atchison touchdown run. And outside of that, it's been pretty dink and dunk.
Yeah, and, we don't have time of possession, but we were 3 and out. We only had 1 first down. So it was 3 and out every other possession. So Kearney had the ball a lot of the time.
I bet you it's pretty much almost, I wouldn't say more even, but I probably think it's closer than you think.
We do use a lot of clock when we do have the ball.
Yeah.
But as far as number of plays, I guess I could have figured that out. Bulldogs are going to receive. Let's see if we can get a first down and just start from there.
And I think that's all that matters.
Start building.
This half, and specifically this drive, one step in front of the other is what I want to see. I want to see the team, really continue to make one foot in front of the other. Try to make some not try to go for the big home run play.
Was that Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, the 1 foot in front of the other? Or was
I think it was Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Yeah, okay.
But I think that's what they need to do. Take it one step at a time, really develop a rhythm. And once you get in a rhythm, then you can start really pushing it in terms of what you want to do with those outside runs.
So everybody just do your assignment,
You got to, I think, establish the inside. That was really what was missing is that the Dogs didn't really have an inside running game. If they can establish that this half, then I think their offense can start to make a difference. As Carter Symington is up to punt once again, or kick, for Kearney. Deep to return for the Bulldogs. Ty Hanneborg, as well as Liam Bargill will be there, as that's a short kick, and it's going to be picked up by the side, I believe, of Brecken Korkow, as he is smothered at around the Bulldog 25-yard line. A pretty short kick, actually, correction.
I think that may have been
that might have been
Holmes.
Caden. I think that's Caden Jackson, number 32.
Is that 33?
That's 33, actually. That is DeAndre Holmes, the sophomore. As good awareness from him to pick that up on a little biffed kick. So the Dogs will start their first possession out of the halftime at their own 21-yard line. Carter still in a quarterback. Owen Shea behind him. Brecken Korkow and Connor Stifler in, as actually, correction, coming in motion now for the Bulldogs. That's going to be Tiernan Vanillik is... It's a quick little push up the middle from Owen Shea in a 3-4 yard
gain. That's a nice gain.
Correction, as I had to skirt pert to find it, but a 4-yard pickup. There's a good start. 4 yards off the first carry here of the half.
So your speedbacks are Vanillik and Nyhart.
Yep. Interesting, already going with a little bit of a change to start the second half in terms of who is the speedback. As in motion was Nyhart. Still going to pitch it out to Nyhart. A little bit of a short pitch. But Nyhart goes nowhere. Still, that was very close to almost getting punched out of the air. I don't know who I think got that little bit of an opening. I think it was Adam Perez who was close to getting his hands on that football. But a 1-yard gain for the Bulldogs. 3rd and 5 with 11:06 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard.
Good pursuit by John Florell to go from his middle linebacker position to make that stop.
Yeah, that's underrated about this Kearney defense, man. When they're in the open field, they can just fly around left, right, and center. So, big 3rd and 5 for North Platte. Can they get a first down? Again, the defense playing very, very far up, not really respecting a pass potential situation. As here's the pitch out now to Vanillik, as he is just stuffed immediately. There is no room for him to go, as unfortunately for him, a block out right past Sam Ewing, and that's a turnover on downs immediately. Should be correction, 3 and out off the rip, and a big loss of about 4 yards to make it 4th and 9 for North Platte's offense. Probably maybe a little too much in terms of pitching it on that drive. Maybe should have tried to keep it up the middle some more, but it's a 3 and out, and deep to return once again, Trey Norman for Kearney, with Carter Still once again kicking for the Dogs. Woo! Very high arcing kick. It is very short, and it's going to fall right into the arms there of Trey Norman. And just like that, Kearney will start in really good field position to start their second half at the Bulldog 47-yard line, maybe 47.5-yard line is where they'll start. Can the Bulldogs defense start like they did in their first defensive possession with a 3 and out?
I sure hope so. Let's get a 3 and out. Boy, Kearney it was tough to block their defensive ends on those last 2 possessions.
And it's so, you got to block Zach Wolf, you got Florell, Rama. There's so many different guys you have to pay attention to. It's So tough. Pretty heavy set here for the Bearcats offense as Levi Pofall takes it up the middle, breaks through one tackle. He pushes through Owen Shea and falls down at around the 35-yard line. It's a big pickup of about 17 yards for Levi Pofall, and Kearney inching oh so close once again to red zone territory. North Platte had defenders in the right spot, but it's just too big of a hole for Pofall, and he just takes advantage.
Good play call, nice run. Let's stiffen up here, dogs.
Only 2 wide receivers in again, going with that heavy offensive line front as Pofall again will take it now off the right side. Plenty of daylight. He breaks into the secondary. Carter still trying to drag him down, and he does it around the 2-yard line. And once again, Levi Pofall breaks into the secondary. Huge pickup, and it's now 1st and goal for Kearney at the North Platte 2-yard line.
33-yard run by Pofall. He's over 100 yards for the game.
And this is probably where you're maybe missing Trey Burke since he's currently not in at the moment. Of course, with that ankle, I think he's on the near sideline. But
they just have a heavy right side. They have the tight end over there plus a fullback or a H-back.
And again, running away from Jake Kincaid. So shotgun formation for Atchison. The handoff now to Pofall. Pofall cuts back upfield, but there's a plethora of black jerseys. I think Owen Shea first on the scene. It was Owen Shea first on the scene for North Platte. 2nd and goal now at the North Platte 4-yard line. Trey Burke is out there at the moment, but
that's good to see.
A lot of Kearney's offense has been running away from Trey Burke and Jake Kincaid to the opposite side, and it's been doing wonders for their offense so far.
Yeah. Kincaid's going over to that heavy side where they've got the tight end and the H-back, fullback over there.
Getting 2 wide receivers to the near side is Atchison going to hand it off the edge there, I think, is Ty Hanneborg.
I think so.
Hanneborg was first on the scene to start Levi Pofall. The Bulldogs defense stopping Pofall at, I think they got almost back to the original line of scrimmage of the 2-yard line. We'll see where the official marks it.
Watch a quarterback keeper here. I predict they're going to line up in that same set, fake the handoff.
Yeah, the big Atchison make his way in. But so far, Bulldogs defense bending, not breaking at the goal line.
So they've just been doing the same thing, just a little dive play on that strong side where they've got the unbalanced or they've got the numbers.
3rd down and 3.
Same set.
Now to the opposite side, the heavy side.
Yeah, watch Atchison keep the ball.
Cope in motion, but there is a flag on the play as we have an offsides, maybe? It looked like an encroachment call.
Well, now
on the side of North Platte.
Now you might just have quarterback sneak or.
Yeah, so there was an encroachment call on North Platte. That's half a distance to the goal, so it was
There's
only
our 1 penalty.
3rd down and 3. Now it's probably 3rd down and 1.5 for Kearney. As I still believe they're going to give it to Atchison, and he's just going to waltz it, maybe not into the end zone, but that's probably what they're going to do. Again, they're putting a lot of their heavy front to the near side. As Atchison in the shotgun has Cannon Cope in motion. Atchison to Pofall. Pofall just barely makes it in. Ty Hanneborg was just a snap too late to trip Pofall up, and that's another touchdown for Kearney off of a 1-yard touchdown run from Levi Pofall, and Pofall really carried Kearney's offense here in this drive specifically with 7:38 left to go in the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, he had 5 carries for 45, 46, 47 yards.
Yeah, really taking big chunks out of the North Platte defenses. Symington's kick is up, and it's good. It's 28-0 on our State Farm agent Bobby Holt's scoreboard with 7:38 left to go before the end of the 3rd quarter. So North Platte needing to scrounge something up. They did make a little bit of some adjustments. Offensively, Tiernan Vanalik was in last possession as well as Caleb Neidhart.
Yep.
So they're trying to play things around in terms of find what's the right set of guys out there on the field.
Yeah.
But now I think now it's go time. Now you got to really start. I know Coach talked in our La Casa del Rio's pregame interview then they weren't really going to open the offense up, with such a lot of young players and uncertainty in terms of their Friday experience. But I think now you just got to put that to the wayside and say, hey, we got to start looking to do a couple of things.
Yeah, defensively, it just seemed like they failed to adjust to that strong side, or they just out-leveraged you, out-manned you.
And maybe also be getting a little bit tired because they have been out there a whole heck of a lot.
Yeah, we made that comment, I think it was off the air, that Kearney's front five on the offense, on the defense is different except for Zach Wolf, but North Platte has so many big guys playing both ways that
it'll wear them out.
You're right. Yeah, they could be getting getting worn out. It's a warm, humid night.
First game of the season, it's always going to be like that. The endurance for the first game is always going to be tough just because you can only do so much in practice to get your endurance up. So we'll see what they can do here on the next possession. Their second out of the half. Timeouts brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. You can check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B, with Carter Symington again kicking for Kearney. High, booming kick as Hanneborg driven all the way back. He'll pick it up into the end zone and take it out himself. Hanneborg now going to the far side, stumbling, kicking forward, and he'll fall to maybe around the 14-yard line. So maybe not the best idea from Ty Hanneborg. Probably should have let it go into the end zone.
I think it's one of those where his
his
momentum carried him into the end zone. He probably could have downed it, but you just don't know what.
If you're in, if you're out.
Yeah, so you just took off.
So coach has given him kind of a little bit of some hands up. Again, Ty Hanneborg playing football for the first time, I think, since his freshman season.
Yep.
So
took a couple years off.
Yeah, so here we go. 28-0 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull scoreboard. Carter still again under center. Neidhart to the far side. Vanalik here to the near side. Shea in at the backfield as the power back. Vanalik in motion. Handoff to Shea. That's a pretty big hole as Owen Shea keeping the legs turning, and he'll fall forward.
Good hard running.
That'll be a good pickup of maybe 4 yards.
Nice kick out that time by the right tackle, whoever that was.
Slow to get up. I believe there for North Platte was Enrique Ramos. Stumbled a little bit, but pick up about 4 yards for the Bulldogs. Again, you're not really asking for a whole lot, small little gains here and there. But Owen Shea had a good opening and really split that gap well.
We talked about the line of Kearney. I just looked, and all 5 of their starters on the offensive line are seniors. Didn't have a lot of varsity experience, but
as Carter still going to take it himself up the middle, and
nice
Carter still might have gotten the first down. Let's see where they mark him. I think at the 22-yard line, so he might be a yard short, but Carter still first successful run today, I think, for the sophomore quarterback.
But these Kearney linemen were going up against some beasts from last year.
Yeah.
Was it Borkart or
Anderson? You had Bryce Anderson.
Yep.
You had Wolf as well. You had Bertrand,
Washington State commit.
Sawyer Schilke, who's at K-State. So
you're facing some animals on that Kearney O-line from last year.
Handoff to Owen Shea up the middle. He's immediately stuffed, but he'll fall forward for the first down. The first man to get there for the side of Kearney and the Bearcats, I believe, was Cale Thatcher, the sophomore. The big man that might have gotten in first. So Bulldogs pick up their second first down of the season and are slowly moving the chains forward with 6:04 left to go on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard. Is under center. Carter still once again in motion was Neidhart. Handoff to Owen Shea. Owen Shea is getting pulled down from behind by Thatcher, and he might have gotten back to the line of scrimmage maybe. We'll see. As Enrique Ramos kind of holding his left arm pretty still. 1 yard for Owen Shea. But with 5:34 left to go here in the third quarter, Dogs now getting reset. Be interesting to see maybe if they'll start to bounce a run to the outside. They've done back-to-back runs up the middle. Actually, probably 3 straight, including the Carter Still run. 28-0 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard. Still has Neidhart almost in motion. He'll step back and he'll look to throw. Stepping up in the pocket. Carter Still with some open territory. Breaking through 2 tackles, and he'll fall down. He breaks through the hands of Leighton Pater. Good pickup by Carter Still. It'll be third down, but I think a comfortable 3rd and 4 for North Platte. That's good.
That was nice.
It's tough, though, for Carter Still. He's a little shorter than I think Caden Johnson. It is tough to see him look over that extremely massive Kearney line. So 3rd and 4. As Still under center, the sophomore has Neidhart almost in motion. Oh, we have an offsides call, and I think that might be Zach Wolf again. Yep. Maybe. No, correction. That's going to be Cale Thatcher, jumping offsides. And Mr. Smeltzer, how about back-to-back first downs?
First downs.
Again, that's what we were looking for. North Platte just needs to take 1 foot in front of the other, get some momentum. And now that they're starting to do that, let's see if they open up the playbook, as we talked about, and maybe get a little creative here. As again
and if not, just keep getting positive yards, whether it's 3 or 4.
Just short and steady. 4:35 now left to go here in this third quarter. Dogs trailing 28-0 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull scoreboard.
That's Camden Weaver
As
in motion.
Weaver in motion, still stepping back, looking to throw. Now rolling to his right, throwing it up in the air. It's going to almost be an interception
as arm got hit.
Yeah, he got from behind, running him down, I believe, Adric Techmeyer. And then in the proximity of where that ball was, Cole Larson, a very dangerous play. Fortunately for Still, didn't see Techmeyer behind him, and the ball just floated helplessly in the air.
That could have been disastrous because, that could have been a pick six, when he got hit from behind, but
fell just in front of Larson, and on the bright side, it's 2nd down and 10 for North Platte. Now 4:20 left to go. The clock has stopped now. As Still under center, Owen Shea right behind him. 2 wide receivers to the far side. Still going to hand it off to Owen Shea. He's juking and jiving, and he's pushing his way forward. 4-yard pickup, I think, for Owen Shea, so it's going to be 3rd and 6. But good moves from Owen Shea. He's really making some good progress and really cutting up the defense very well from the inside.
I know in the past he kind of runs straight up and down. He's running a little more behind his pads. I like him. He's looking good. Weaver just split out.
Yeah, so now we're going to have an interesting formation as to the very, very far side. We have Sam Euling and then Camden Weaver here to the near side. Owen Shea, again, right behind Carter Still. So North Platte spreading the defense out with 10 seconds on the play clock. In motion comes Neihart. Still stepping back, looking to throw. Now rolling to his right. Now with some open territory. Trying to break Cole Larson, but he just cannot. The big Cole Larson Sr. just swallowing up poor Carter Still. He tried to stutter step Cole Larson so he can bounce it to the outside, but the experienced veteran saw right through that, and that is a big loss of at least 3 yards to make it 4th down and 9 for North Platte and probably bring out the punt unit again for the Bulldogs offense. Unless they want to go for it. Nope, they'll bring the punt unit out now. So
all right.
Tried to pass it a little bit more. They had some opportunities, but unfortunately the offensive line just couldn't hold long enough to get Still comfortable in the pocket.
Uncork one here, kid. You're due.
8 seconds, though, on the play clock, so Dogs might have to blow a timeout here. 5 seconds left to go. 4 seconds, 3 seconds. They got it off. High snap. Still much better kick. That's going to be end over end on over there to Norman. Norman cutting upfield. Ball's on the floor. It's popped out. North Platte jumps on it. Did they recover it? Ball popped out of Trey Norman's hands. Cade Songster pops it out of Trey Norman's hands, but it falls back onto Kearney territory, and the Bearcats take over once again. Beautiful play from the young Songster, getting his helmet on the ball, punching it out. But unfortunately, Dogs just cannot recover, and Kearney will take over now.
There's some good things coming in the future. This sophomore class, they were very successful as freshmen last year.
Yeah, you've been talking about that JV and freshman class that have been making their way slowly but steadily up, and they've been really impressive. As Kearney will start at their own 36-yard line with, once again, Zach Atchison under center. 2:34 left to go on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull scoreboard. Currently a 28-0 lead for Kearney. Atchison has a man in motion, going to be Pater. It's Atchison in the shotgun, now rolling to his right. Now going to look to take it and look to pitch it. Going to keep it himself as there is nowhere for him to go, nowhere for him to pitch it. Ty Hanneborg there.
The baseball boys, Freeze was over there too.
Freeze
so
and
Hanneborg and Freeze.
All there to stop Zach Atchison, who made a bad read. He was trying to pitch it out to his running back, Dylan Dinslage, but unfortunately, if you're a Kearney fan, and more importantly, Zach Atchison, the hole just closed up. Bulldogs defense doing a good job in that specific play action, or read option run, not to overextend.
Nice D. Way to stay home, Cade, and way to finish it up there, Ty.
2nd and 11 now for this Kearney offense. 2 running backs in. They're going to hand it off to Dinslage. Immediately stuffed up front. That is a big stop from Blake Tonkinson. As Big Tonk getting in, stopping the run from Dinslage, and just like that, another run from Kearney that's going to lose 2 or 3. It's 3rd down and 13. How about this Bulldog defense? I've been very, very impressed with what they've been doing in the very large amounts of time they've been out on the field.
Yeah. Oh,
this would be
imagine
huge.
They're going to air it out here on
yeah,
3rd
this would be huge, though, if they can get this the 3 and out, as there are 3 wide receivers on the field. 2 to the near side, 1 to the far side, I believe, being Cannon Cope. Atchison stepping back, looking to pass. Dogs bring pressure. Throw over to Cope in the middle. He breaks through 1 tackle, and that is off of Trey Burke, and that is a 1st down. About a 15-yard pickup there for Cannon Cope as Ian Haremza there on the tackle, and limping his way over now is Ian Haremza as he's limping towards the sideline, and checking in for North Platte is Tiernan Vanalik checking in. So Haremza now off to the sideline as well, but a big pickup for Kearney. They get first down territory and more with 50 seconds left to go in this third quarter on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull scoreboard. Atchison hands it off now to Dinslage off the right side. Dinslage bouncing it to the outside, and he is pushed out of bounds by Ty Hanneborg once again. Another North Platte player down. I think cramping up there is Owen Shea. He's at around the first down marker for Kearney. He's up now, but that looked to at least be a cramp as he struts his way to the sideline. It's deceptively warm and humid outside. 73 degrees, but very, very humid.
Yeah, very humid.
Shea steps off. I didn't see who checked in for North Platte. I believe who checked in actually.
I think it's Reese Perry.
Is Reese Perry.
Yep.
Yeah, you're correct on that one. So Dinslage still in at running back. Two running backs side by side of Zach Atchison. Two wide receivers to the near side as Dinslage again off the right side, patient with his run up the middle. And there's a plethora of Bulldog defenders there to stop him. I believe first on the scene was Callan Knutson. So now it's going to be a third down and maybe 3 yards for Kearney's offense. And that'll end this third quarter. North Platte High School currently at the moment trailing Kearney and the Bearcats 28-0. We come back here on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull scoreboard on FM 98.1 and AM 1410.
Can sometimes mean corn, hay, and those dry, windy days that send allergies into overdrive. Don't suffer through it at Dr. Deb's Express Medical. They're here to help you breathe more easily. No facility fee, self-pay options to help you beat those high deductibles because getting relief shouldn't break the bank. Walk in today and feel better fast. Dr. Deb's Express Medical, just 1 block east of KFC at 118 East C Street, right here in North Platte, where they treat you like family.
Hi, this is Linda from Fellows Home Appliance. We are North Platte's only locally owned and operated Whirlpool exclusive dealer. We have 2 Whirlpool trained technicians to handle warranty and out-of-warranty Whirlpool repairs. We offer delivery and installation on all the Whirlpool appliances we sell. For your next Whirlpool appliance, come in to 321 East 5th Street, North Platte. Fellows Home Appliance. We service what we sell.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to, of course, Bauer Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410, as you made a very astute observation before we just got on air there as Shane Patterson warming up for North Platte.
Yeah, so there might be a quarterback change at some point.
So once again, Kearney now at the Bulldog 45-yard line. 3rd down and 3 as Atchison stepping back, looking to throw. He's going to throw it in the flat there with plenty of daylight to take up some yardage there. Skylar Day, and Skylar Day is going to run out of bounds as he skips through the tackle of Reese Perry. And that's a first down for Mr. Day. First off, I want to feel bad for Siler Steffen, who's yet to see a single snap after being named the starter. Feel bad for Steffen.
Yeah, these guys aren't on my 2 deep, so I got to write them in here.
I know, poor Smeltzer, poor Jeff Smeltzer. Ooh, that lightning was kind of close. Ooh, yeah, that's very close. Hopefully the official didn't see that.
Yeah, turn the other way, officials.
Yeah, it is. There is some. So right now, if you look at the storm radar, we're basically sandwiched in between 2 different cells right now. As the handoff now up the middle with it is Day. Day going to the left side, and he is tackled by Reese Perry after about a 5-yard pickup. And I think we have more cramp. Well, I was going to say more cramping. It's slow to get up on the Kearney side of things offensively. There, number 75, Colby Hatcher. But 2nd down and maybe 4 yards to go. 6-yard pickup there by Day. So more offensive line substitutions for Kearney. I think we're going to, I don't want to be that guy, but I might be seeing, of course, Kearney bringing in some second-teamers at this point with what's going on. That lightning is not looking dangerous, but it is getting closer and closer at this point. Zach Atchison still in at quarterback for Kearney and the Bearcats. I think it's Camden Miller who's going to get the ball, and now take it upfield is Camden Miller, and he'll get the first down and maybe a gain of 7 yards. So more fresh yardage for Kearney and the Bearcats. First carry today for Camden Miller. Now, I don't know if that is any relation to LeGrone Miller from last year.
I don't think so, but I don't know. There is a set of Miller twins. They're juniors. That's one of them.
Yep, that is one of them.
Been seeing these kids since middle school, and they're both good athletes.
So they are very, very good athletes. As, again, more substitutions come in. Still on the field is Camden Miller as Cannon Cope to the near side, as well as Kellen Denny. 2 running backs in for Kearney and the Bearcats. It's Camden Miller as Atchison hands it off to Miller. Miller with some daylight. Good tackle from behind as the Dogs swarm Miller. He does fall forward for a strong pickup of 4 yards. Don't know who was the first North Platte player to jump on the back of Camden Miller. I think the first person who got there, Will Rathjen for the Bulldogs. 2nd down and 7 for Kearney officially. 10:09 left to go on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull scoreboard. Again, Shane Patterson is getting some reps in here on the near sideline.
Dogs front line, it looks like Freeze, Kincaid, Altig, Rathjen, and maybe Luke Davis. Looks like they have a 5.
As Atchison now pitches to Camden Miller. Reese Perry with a big hit stick on Camden Miller. Laid his shoulder down and blew up that run. Maybe a pickup of possibly 2 for Miller, but Reese Perry, big hit. And now it's 3rd down and 4 for Kearney. As checking in now for Kearney, Cody Cervantes, as out goes Camden. Actually, correction, that's not Camden Miller that goes out. That is Tyler Grauholz who will be checking out. So still Camden Miller to the left of Zach Atchison. 4 wide receivers on the field for the Bearcats as Atchison steps back. Quick pass on over to Denny, and it's in and out of his hands. As Kellen Denny was wide open, and it's incomplete. 4th down and 4, and here comes the Kearney, I think, field goal unit with Carter Symington. They're placing the ball at the, I think, 18-yard line, Jeff Smeltzer. So Symington.
Yeah, so it'll be from the 25, so 35-yard field goal attempt.
Yeah. Let's see if Symington got the leg to do it. Does he have the accuracy? Better place the kick. Right down the center, and there's a field goal from Carter Symington. 31 now to 0 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull scoreboard. Bulldogs do a great job of holding that offense to just 3 yards. As, I don't know.
We got the delay.
I think those whistles mean the delay. Those whistles, they're pushing them off the field. They're going to delay the game, it looks like. Lightning getting too close. I heard that long whistle and kind of knew what that meant.
Well, when the newspaper guys make their way up to the
the
booth, you know something's going to happen.
Well, this isn't the unfortunate part about this, though, is that, again, we're in between 2 storms right now. It doesn't look like the storms are going to hit us rain-wise, but we're in between 2 storms. And if I remember correctly, according to the NSAA rules, I think we have a 30-minute, I think it's a 30 minutes. Yeah, 30-minute freeze.
From the last strike that they see?
Yep, from the last strike they see. So, and it really is right there. I mean, let's give credit to the officials. It has been lightning.
Safety first.
Yeah, it's been lightning for some time.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
They let that drive complete before they.
Yeah. And it is definitely much closer. I don't think it's going to rain on us, but for sure right now we are going to be in a lightning delay.
30-minute delay.
So,
the good news is it looks like it's a fast-moving
yes.
cell, so hopefully it's
just the 30 minutes
through here after the 30 minutes.
And then North Platte comes back with 8:59 left to go on the scoreboard to see what they can do offensively. Last drive looking better, honestly. Let's be real here. Last drive was looking much better in terms of what they were doing with the offense. Getting some good runs up the middle. The outside rushing still isn't fully developing just yet, but also give all the credit to Kearney and the Bearcats, man. They have been really on the attack on that defensive side. Multiple guys rushing to the football. And really, again, you got to give credit to Kearney as out goes head coach Kurt Altig on his moped out there.
That's a good-looking sight.
Coach Altig, of course, hyperextending, I believe, his right knee or his right leg. So now having a conversation with Coach Cool, and it looks like Coach Cool, let's say he's not too happy, but very animated about it as he gives a little slap to Coach Altsig as he wheels off the field. But again, a lightning delay means we'll be in a 30-minute little freeze here. So before we even jump into that freeze, Jeff Smeltzer, really let's take it through the game so far. 31-0. Kearney at halftime put up 21 points, and all of it was thanks really in part to Zach Atchison, who was just not even wheeling and dealing, but had one big run and then just consistent opening holes that he just was able to take advantage of and run in for some easy touchdowns.
Yes.
2 to be exact.
And second half for Kearney, their first drive, they went 47 yards.
All thanks to Levi
All thanks to he carried every
snap.
Every play,
Yep.
every snap of that 47-yard drive. He's good. He's a good
Another
workhorse.
good Kearney back.
Yep. The Dogs did have a drive where they had 2 first downs. So
baby steps.
Baby steps. Yep. Working along. This last drive, nice completion on 3rd and long to keep that alive.
Yeah, to Cannon Cope from Zach Atchison.
And then they had the incomplete pass there to set up the field goal attempt. Incomplete pass to, was it Kellen Denny?
Yeah, Kellen Denny was open and went right out of his hands.
Son of former McCook Bison standout Seth Denny. And,
look at that.
Former NTV news anchor for many years.
You're right.
Yep. So, genetics there. Seth was a heck of an athlete in, I think, every sport there in McCook.
Yeah, yes, very much so. Now, before we step aside real quick, I do want to pull up our schedule here for the next couple of games, Jeff Smeltzer. I want to kind of talk about, what can we expect from North Platte? Again, barring a miracle that they somehow come back from 31 points down with 8:59. They'll start 0-1 to start this season. Lincoln East, they are a team that in a lot of the power rankings I saw outside looking in, sitting around 6 to 7 wins this season.
They like to throw the ball around.
Yes, they do. They had the thing about last year for that Lincoln East team, boy, they had some big bodies. They had some crazy big bodies on that team, and looking like the same thing's going to happen here with those big bodies once more. And then Norfolk after that was another team that a lot of the coaches around the area and, of course, the Twitter sphere I was looking at had also as an outside looking in team at 6-5 on this. Well, 6 wins on this. I think 6-4 is what they had them at. So the next 2 teams around the 6-win mark and outside looking in the top 10 competition.
If I remember, Kearney had some tall receivers. I think they're seniors now, basketball players, like 6'5" and 6'4" receivers. I think their quarterback may have played basketball also. And they always have a strong wrestling team, so I'm sure they've got good wrestlers that play football. So Kearney's always tough, and I'm sorry I keep looking at your schedule. I'm looking at Kearney and how it's spelled Kearney.
Oh, that's my bad.
Kearney.
Well, I was down to mess. I was down to mess something up at some point. I knew I was missing. At some point, there was something that was gonna.
You don't have proofreaders like the paper has.
No, and probably also I didn't have my glasses that day. So
there we go.
We'll update. We'll update that.
Okay,
so,
now it's Kearney.
But again, you have Kearney going to probably start 0-1. You have Lincoln East next week at Seacrest. You have I think that's a 4:30 game. I think it's the first 4:30 game. Norfolk, and then you go to Lincoln Northeast. And that should hopefully, as we talk about, be one of North Platte's, I hate to say guaranteed victories, but one of their teams that you can circle and be like, this might be a team we can compete with a very young roster.
Should. I remember there's a couple of players I thought were pretty good last year.
Talent.
I didn't think the quarterback was too bad.
They
had
went
a tight
through
end
2 different quarterbacks that same game for some odd reason. I think he threw 3 interceptions in the first half, and that might have been the reason why.
That could be a reason.
You are right. It's always crazy because Lincoln Northeast, you feel bad for them. Lincoln High, Omaha Benson, teams like that because they just, as we always say, get cannibalized by the better Lincoln team.
Yep.
So even if they have some promising talent, they're all going to get asked and maybe even recruited to go over to whether it be Lincoln Northwest, the new teams, or Millard South,
or Southeast, one of the traditional powerhouses in town.
So they've been asked, so it's be interesting to see what this Northeast team looks like. And then you have Columbus, Benson. So the first 3 games, you could almost say 0-3. You can see an avenue for 0-3. Then after that, next 3 games, Northeast, Columbus, Benson. Maybe 3 wins or 2-1 at least. That Columbus game being the one game that you can sit there and be like, that one might be a coin flip.
That's a part of the schedule where you could possibly get some wins. These first three games are going to be really tough. The next 3, you should get some wins.
And then, again, after that, then it's Lincoln Southeast. You almost beat that team last year. They are, again, had some really good talent graduate. Their big Butenbach, who just ran over North Platte last year. He did graduate, so he won't be on the team anymore. I still think their quarterback is there. I think he was a junior. Millard South. So, unfortunately, I hate to be that guy, that's I don't think that's going to be a victory. Jet Thamala and half of the roster has to essentially die on the field.
On paper, that's a really, really tough task. You never know, but again, I don't think North Platte's ever played an Alabama quarterback.
I think they did play a Florida State tight end, though. If I remember correctly, in the very last game, not last year, but 2 years ago against Papillion La Vista, I believe their tight end was a Florida State commit. So they've played some D1 talent, but at the quarterback position.
But not that many on one team.
Caden Rezac, I think, was he walk-on at Notre Dame?
He may have been recruited because there was two Rezacs. I think one was recruited and the other one maybe
So I think the wide receiver Rezac
went
that
West
to the
Side,
Husker.
and they had Benning that went to.
They went to, one of them went to the wide receiver Rezac went to the Huskers. And then I think Caden Rezac was a walk-on at Notre Dame. So technically, there has been a D1 quarterback, but Notre Dame, Alabama, I kind of can put on different tiers in terms of the talent that they produce.
So that's going to be a tough task. Lincoln High,
to end
usually
the year,
we're really competitive with Lincoln High, so I hope things haven't changed.
And again, we don't know. First games of the season, you never really truly know what everybody's doing. I'm looking at our, of course, any score feed on our Cedar Room video stream. As always, NorthPlattePost.com. See if we can see any games that are going to interest a lot of us here in this next 30 minutes. We have timeout. Oh, so thank you so much. I don't like how we have that pulled up, but at the same time, at the moment, 28-0. Well, I wish it was 28-0. 28-20. North Platte St. Patrick's over Bridgeport. That's a fun game.
Third quarter? Fourth quarter. Still fourth quarter now.
I'm kind of shocked they're still playing.
I think that storm is all east because they're at Bridgeport.
Oh, my bad. Yes, they're at Bridgeport. That makes sense. I was going to say, I was just like, what is going on over there?
They can't see the lightning on the east side of town. It's just.
Hitchcock County, 54-6 over Brady. So that's a Hitchcock County look. They are a very good team this year. I think they were ranked top 5.
Were they in the championship game last year?
I believe so. Or they were semifinals.
Semifinals, okay.
Yeah, I think they were semifinals in that game. So Hitchcock County, though, an area team that I think is going to be.
Oh, I'm thinking Dundee County, Stratton.
Yes,
I was not Hitchcock County. Wrong Southwest.
Yes, school.
Nebraska team.
So, just waiting on the scores that roll through as the Thunder is moving its way further away from the stadium, which is nice. We haven't really gotten any rain
if
per
they're
se.
Ogallala and Gothenburg, they might be under lightning delay as well.
Well, they're definitely going to be under a lightning delay with the way that storm is heading.
They might be getting a rain.
Yeah, they're probably actually going to get the rainstorm. Lincoln Northwest currently trailing Ralston 23-0. Of course, St. Pat's up 28-20. Again, if you want to watch a school, I hate really talking about the potentialities of the future, but, of course, North Platte, talk around the town has been that potential transition to Class B. Right now, 7 kids away from being under the 850 Class A limit number. And then Lincoln Northwest, the newest Lincoln school, is around 20 or so kids away. Jeff Smeltzer, I know we've talked off air. Really take me through your thoughts on Class B. Only 16 teams. They are still the smallest class in the state of Nebraska. But for North Platte, what do you feel about when it comes to potentially moving to Class B?
A lot of the other sports we've kind of scheduled similar to what a Class B schedule would be. Still travel-wise, you're going to travel a lot because there's not, for Class B schools out here, you've got Lexington, and then you're going to have to go west. McCook, Lexington, and you got Scottsbluff, Gearing Alliance. So still.
You can play Ogallala. It's not going to count points-wise, in your favor, but you can play Ogallala more, per se. 907. Oh, it's just something about concession stand. So rain delay until 9:07. But so if you move to Class B, your travel gets better. I think your travel gets substantially better overall. Because, again, we're making trips to Scottsbluff, Gearing Alliance any which way, really, for a lot of the sports outside of football. Of course, Scottsbluff not on our schedule for the past 2 seasons. But we would make that trip frequently to Scottsbluff for football. So it would be better in terms of travel. And I think a lot of the people talk about, how competitive is Class B, because as we all know, Class A is the death row of any school if you're not a part of the Lincoln-Omaha system.
Yeah, if you're not part of the Metro, you really don't have a chance.
I hate to say that, but it honestly really just is true because of the way the open enrollment system works.
Yeah, because
in the Metro.
How many Omaha Metro schools have no chance? Can't be competitive.
There's
with
a
an
lot.
enrollment much larger than ours.
Yes.
With the open enrollment, you're going to have 4 or 5 really, really good schools in Omaha, and you're going to have 2 or 3 really, really good schools in Lincoln, and you get the outlier out here in Kearney or Grand Island every once in a while just because they have the numbers, and it's tough sledding if you are the smallest Class A school and you're out in rural Nebraska, and
the furthest away, because South Sioux City is the next smallest school, but that's a hop, skip, and a jump for a lot of those Lincoln-Omaha teams.
And I don't know for sure, but I don't think we have anybody on this football team outside the school district. I don't think there's anybody that's opted in, and I could be wrong. I don't know.
I think we actually do, have a couple opt-ins this year.
Do we have some?
Yes, so we have gained it was an abnormally large senior class. Let's be real. Last year was an abnormally large senior class. I think upwards of 50 seniors graduated last year. New students have come in, as what Aaron McCoy has told me. So there has been students out of the area that have migrated to North Platte, which is good.
Yeah.
But we're just right on that cusp, 7 students away. And in all honesty,
looks like Bridgeport just scored.
Yeah, they did in the fourth quarter. So in all honesty, it's 28-26 now on that score for that Bridgeport game.
Yep.
But I don't really think we can say anything in terms of the competition drop off from Class B, because there is some really good Class B schools. Wahoo, Omaha Scott Catholic, Lincoln Pius is a predominantly very powerhouse Class B school. I think there's a couple. Is Bennington Class? I think Bennington's Class B.
Bennington's Class B.
There's a really good one, and then at some point you're going to have those new Lincoln schools. Gretna East is really good. Gretna's really good.
Yep.
Even though right now Lincoln Standing Bear is still getting its classes up, I think it's a Lincoln school. It's a newer Lincoln school. I think they'll get some better talent to come into that program. So even though Class B is the smallest, I do think it is just as competitive as Class A can be. And it's not going to have, I don't think, the top-end talent of Class A football or really any Class A sport, but it's not a scoff in terms of what they bring to the table.
Yeah. And, again, North Platte's kind of been preparing for that with the non-football sports. Basketball plays a lot of Class B schools. I think volleyball does as well.
Yeah, B and C. And to be honest, it's kind of weird because I don't know if it's more that they're preparing, but it's just that those are the schools that would come out here. That's the problem.
And I do know, it's tough to get an Omaha school to
outside
reciprocate.
Of football, and that's the problem, and I think that's more of an NSAA problem than a us problem. The NSAA outside of football does not really force you to go outside on a schedule.
Yep.
So that is why it's so tough to get teams to come out here because I wouldn't say there's no incentive, but the NSAA is not requiring them to come out here if they're on the schedule, which is, I think, an NSAA problem that needs to be addressed at some point because it's not really fair to these players out here who have to travel. Our schedule this year is Lincoln, Omaha, Lincoln, Omaha, Lincoln, Omaha. That's all we go to this year. And a lot of these girls, when it comes to volleyball, basketball, all the other sports, softball too, they're traveling out. I think, as you said, the high school girls are going to be at Lincoln East this weekend, for a triangular or for a tournament.
Baseball, I think you're in Lincoln or Omaha at
Every
least once
other
a week,
yeah.
maybe twice a week.
Same thing with basketball. You're pretty far out there a lot of the times, and not a lot of the schools are going to be coming here. So I really think it's more of an NSAA problem that we haven't been able to really play a lot of Class A competition than we're getting that adjustment to Class B.
Yeah, you look at everything else, district music, District 1 acts,
Yes.
Maybe those will be a little more closer instead of being Class A.
Well, we say that, but a lot of those actual, 1 acts and the powerlifting team, they're doing pretty good, in the Class A level. Yeah.
I was just thinking travel-wise.
Yes, understandable. I think the main prerogative that makes me, I'd say excited, but, would make me in favor of going to Class B is that travel because it is so tough on a team and these students who have to go back to school on a Friday because let's not forget if it's outside of football, a lot of these are happening Tuesday, Thursday nights. You're going to Lincoln and or even Omaha, and you're not coming home till 2 or 3 in the morning, then have to go to school the next day.
And budget-wise, I don't know how that fits in. You go certain distance away, they stop and get a meal.
A lot of hours, a lot of
where does that money come from for the meals? I don't know if NSAA does that or if it's out of the school's budget.
I think it's out of the school's. Well, I think it's out of the school's budget. I think the NSAA sets something or gives them funding from the state, and then it's divulged through all the schools.
For having a kid in high school sports, and how often they're on the road and always stopping for meals, but when you travel to Lincoln and Omaha for things, you stop for meals. And
yes, a lot.
That's just because you travel so far. And Class B would be nice. I think on baseball-wise, whether you're A, B, or C, there's not too many teams. Are we the farthest west baseball program in the state?
I don't think so. Because I don't think Scottsbluff has a baseball team. I know they have a Legion team, but I don't think they.
Yeah, I don't think they have a high school team.
Yeah, I think we are the. No, Alliance doesn't have a baseball team. They just have Legion. Yeah, we are the farthest team out here for baseball-wise.
I mean, no matter what level you're going to play at, you're going to travel east because they're just, and even high school sports, high school baseball. The next one is Kearney, right?
Yes. Yep, it is.
Yep. Or St. Pat's Maxwell or Maxwell St. Pat's.
But yes, that is exactly correct. We're currently, of course, in a rain delay or a lightning delay. Can't say rain delay, but it is most certainly a lightning delay right now as it is moving its way, hopefully, out of the area. First potential comeback of us is around 9:07. I'm taking a look outside. I know we've been talking for a little bit, so we'll step aside here in just a couple minutes, take a real quick break. But looking outside and gazing at the weather, it'll be pretty close.
I think it's doable. I haven't seen a lightning strike for a while.
I think we'll be good to go after that short little break there. So again, it's of course with the NSAA gotta of course when the thunder and the lightning gets close enough for the kids' safety, gotta go into a rain delay. So rain delay until 9:07 is when they say the earliest they'll come back. 8:59 left to go on our State Farm agent Bobby Holst scoreboard. Dogs will get the ball following the field goal from Kearney and the Bearcats when we, of course, come back here to Bauer Field on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming at NorthPlattePost.com on our Cedar Room live stream.
Feel great, but if foot pain, bunions, heel spurs, or injuries are slowing you down, Great Plains Foot and Ankle Specialist is here to help. Their expert team of doctors provide top-notch care, from routine foot health to advanced treatments and surgery. Whether you're an athlete, always on the go, or just tired of aching feet, they'll get you back on your feet pain-free. Step into comfort. Call Great Plains Foot and Ankle Specialist today, or see them online at gpfootandankle.com.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Due to weather, the current lightning delay has been pushed to 9:32. Once again, barring any further lightning strikes, the lightning delay has been moved to 9:32. Thank you for your cooperation.
I'll text you when the delay got extended. Thank you.
If not, no worries. I'll text you when I'm back out. We're gonna drive through somewhere? No, I live on Maple. Like I live like right there. I'm gonna go home and make some food. Like clean like crap. Like I'm gonna heat up a bowl of ramen or something. Come on, back.
Post Sports.
Welcome back here, Bauer Field, FM 98.1, AM 1410, currently in a thunderstorm and rain delay until about 9:32 is when potentially this lightning delay is going to be removed from the game. Currently, it is 31-0 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard. It's still it's not raining per se here at North Platte, and specifically here at Bauer Field, but the lightning is in pretty heavy display outside right now. Of course, we're kind of being split right now between the two. Oh, Jeff, you didn't have to sneak back in here. I was just giving an update. You didn't have to run back in here as quick as you can.
No.
Oh, hold up. Yay, 9:42. So 9:42 now is the return time for the Bulldogs here.
Talking to some of the Kearney folks with the radio over there. They thought the NSAA rule was after 3 delays, if you can't play, it's
done.
Canceled.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yep.
That kind of makes sense because a lot of the stuff, if you look here on the sideline, they took down the medical tent, and they're kind of moving. Yeah, if you see right now, the athletic trainer is really starting to put things away. So you might be correct. This might be the last potential chance for this game. I see the Kearney bus is turned on, so you're right. This could. I haven't been updated to my rain delays since. To be honest with you, it's been quite a long time, Jeff Smeltzer, since we've had a last rain delay specifically for football. I mean, we've kind of been lucky to escape the lightning and the rain at Bauer Field anytime me and you have done a game.
The last game last year when we left, it was
Millard South was raining.
It rained the entire game, but we were up here.
Yes, thank heavens.
Yeah.
And then, of course, homecoming the year prior to that was also pretty
leaving,
big.
I remember, Carl, did you and I walk out together? We got soaked on the way to that.
Me and Carl also, I think, did a separate game also, and it was downpouring, and me and Carl got absolutely waterlogged. But, yep, so 9:42 is when this potential end of this lightning delay is going to happen. So far, I'm kind of looking outside, and it's kind of just hovering around the perimeter of the North Platte area, whether it be closer to McCook or closer to the Sutherland Tryon side of the area. So we haven't been affected by any potential downpour of rain per se, but the lightning has been delaying this game. And honestly, I'm kind of just taking a look here, Jeff, and they're packing up here.
Yeah, looks like we got a cell that's going to hit us.
Yeah, so I'll be interested to see if that is true that the NSAA, after 3 delays, will call the game here, because we are getting a couple points away from the actual running clock, per se, and they are athletic trainers on the North Platte side are picking things up, so don't really know exactly if that is the indication that they will call the game at the end of 9:42, but we'll, of course, step aside, and when that game, if it either does get called or if that delay gets extended again, we'll, of course, as always, come back and give you the updates. 9:42 is when it's been slated that the game will be resumed potentially. We'll see. There is still a cell around the area, and we'll kind of see what is going to go and what's going to happen after that. When we come back here, Bauer Field, it's 31-0 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard.
The 2025 St. Patrick's Catholic Church
If you've been thinking of a refresh, now's the time. We display over 30 of the top best-selling Cambria countertops in the Midwest, and Showplace Cabinetry has just introduced stunning new color options, adding even more depth to their already vast collection. So don't wait. Holiday guests will be here before you know it. Stop by CMH Interiors at 601 East Francis, North Platte. Let's bring your dream space to life.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here at Bauer Field, still under that lightning delay right now. 10:15 is the slated start time for potentially a restart of the game. I saw some of the football players outside, almost of the gym. They were getting ready to potentially come back on, but it's still coming down pretty hot and heavy as Jeff Smeltzer is. We opened our window, and then we now have to close our window again as it is a little wet outside as Jeff Smeltzer joins me here. And
the Bulldogs still are padded and had their helmets on and looked like they were getting ready to come back out. But
I just don't know, Mr. Smeltzer.
We don't know.
I just don't know if that's going to be official. I mean, it got so wet it went through my trash bag.
Oh, man.
So I don't have a trash bag.
Yeah, it got the best of my programs and the stats,
Yeah,
so we're going to go programless for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and I closed my window. I literally came in here, told Carl we need to, fix it up just a smidge. I leave for 3 seconds, come back. It's rained so much it's gotten on some of my things. I was like, oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
So that just tells you how quick this weather has just completely turned around in the spell of just a couple minutes. It went from, it's not that bad to, oh, gosh, it's horrible. Jeff Smeltzer, I think you're swimming over in your little section.
I am. It's wet. Supper got ruined. My M&Ms
I
got
know.
wet.
That was so sad to hear. I was very sad that happened.
And I think maybe we were misinformed by the Kearney press that said after 3 rain delays it gets canceled because we're on number 4 or 5.
I think we're on 6 now.
6. Yeah,
Honestly, I think we're on 6. And it's still coming down. It is still pouring over here. Bauer Field currently 31-0 on our course.
But I don't see the lightning. I'm
no,
hoping we
well,
can resume.
Here's my problem. And I don't know if I'd consider it a problem, but here is my thing is that they've been about an hour now. They've been sitting doing nothing. They've been sitting and doing nothing for an hour. And now you're telling them to come out here in the cold rain on a wet field and play football for another 8 minutes.
Yeah.
That is, to me,
definitely concerned about injuries.
Yes, that is an injury waiting to happen, and I'm not too excited potentially for that potential moment as my window is actually leaking. I just noticed my window is leaking.
Yeah.
So that explains kind of maybe where all my water came from. As I have to move things around to make sure it doesn't completely destroy everything that I have for equipment-wise. But yeah, so currently still in that rain delay. It's slated to begin once again at 10:15 is when they are saying that they might be able to restart again. But at this rate, I just don't know with how much rain's coming down, what the field condition is, and honestly also what is the player condition in. To be honest, that's my main priority and main concern is if they do come out here and play just the wet turf, haven't played in an hour and you're telling me to go out there and hit again, just a little concerning.
Yeah, don't know if the Bulldogs went into the gym and did any sort of stretching or
anything of that sort.
Yeah, they have that advantage. Kearney's over in the other locker room on the other side of the field where they're
probably
little cramped
nothing,
conditions over there. But hopefully we can get it started, get it finished, and both teams escape injury.
Injury free. Yes.
Move on to next week. And again, scores 31-0.
Yep, on our State Farm agent Bobby Holst scoreboard. So we'll see how the rain persists. If the rain does keep persisting, probably would have to shut the stream down just because, or the actual video portion of it, just to protect the equipment. As again, the protection I brought has been soaked through. The rain was so severe.
The camera is usually poking out the window, out into the weather.
So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. I might just have Carl stick it through the glass and see what he can see through there. Turn the lights off, and we'll go dark, 0 dark to 30.
I think Carl was willing to be sideline guy. He might take the camera down on the sidelines.
Well, that defeats the whole purpose of why I brought it inside, Jeff. But, yeah, 35. Currently it is I turned the score off accidentally, so that is my bad. It's currently 31-0 in favor of Kearney and the Bearcats here. Game number 1 of the season. Holistically, I feel like it's been a tough game. Offensively, we can all agree that this probably hasn't been the best performance that the team has put forward. But defensively, I really feel like this is a game that you could be proud of. With how they've played and really how they've contained. It's tough at this portion now just because they've been, at the moment, the time that the game stopped, they've been out there for so long. The defense that you were starting to see the wear and tear build up and up and up. But holistically, I've been pretty impressed with how they've played over the course of this entire game.
Yeah, and you start somewhere, and this was the first game on the schedule, and you drew a tough one, and you're going to get it better from here.
Yeah, they're showing you why they're such a tough team. Kearney is at the moment. So it's all about, how can you, if they do decide to finish this game out, how do you finish this game out? What are you going to do to finish this game out? And honestly, if they do play, it's honestly the main priority. Just don't get hurt. At this point, it's just don't get hurt. Finish the day out strong.
Yep.
Finish these 8 minutes, and then just don't get hurt. So I wouldn't be surprised if both teams just run the clock out as quick as they can.
Yeah, finish strong, and I don't know, maybe they both put in second units, to finish the last 8 minutes of the game.
59 seconds.
I don't know.
I think I just saw a flash of lightning.
Yeah, it's.
I think I just saw another flash of lightning.
Even when you have some
another 30 minutes.
Yeah, so. We could be here, and maybe we'll see the volleyball team load up on the bus. I think they're loading up at 4 a.m.
4 a.m.
to head to
Lincoln.
Go to
Lincoln. Yes, they're going to Lincoln. I'm, of course, going to McCook tomorrow. North Platte Community College women's volleyball is at the McCook tournament right now. Honestly, let's give a little score update to that game. I actually haven't checked out because they did play 2 games today against Seward and Iowa Western. So,
I think Iowa
two
Western
tough teams
is ranked, and I think they swept McCook last night.
Yeah, so I bet you. Yeah, let's take a wee gander here as I pull up the Knights web page. Of course, Knights at the moment we're 0-3 going into this game, but very encouraging 0-3. You watch it and you're just like, okay, I really see the vision that this team potentially 1-4. So they took down. I think they're 1-5 because there was that Nebraska Wesleyan game on Tuesday, but. Defeated Seward 3-1, and that's a Seward team that beat them 3-2 on Saturday, and then fell in 3 straight sets to Iowa Western. So, which is not shocking. Iowa Western, as you said,
I thought they were ranked 13th or
Iowa Western is always a good team, really, no matter what program what program. But tomorrow, Butler Community College at 11 a.m., Hutchinson at 3 p.m. is when those games will be called. Of course, is always here on FM 98.1. AM 1410, and it'll be live streamed on the North Platte Community College Knights Athletics page. So you click on their schedule and then scroll on down to where you see the game, and then there'll be a video link that you can click to watch all the games at McCook tomorrow. We'll step aside for a couple more minutes, and then we, I guess, might be coming back to some football in a few. If not, we'll, of course, keep you updated on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming NorthPlattePost.com.
Weather in Nebraska can sometimes mean corn, hay, and those dry, windy days that send allergies into overdrive. Don't suffer through it at Dr. Deb's Express Medical. They're here to help you breathe more easily. No facility fee, self-pay options to help you beat those high deductibles, because getting relief shouldn't break the bank. Walk in today and feel better fast. Dr. Deb's Express Medical, just 1 block east of KFC at 118 East C Street, right here in North Platte, where they treat you like family.
The temperatures are rising, but the prices are falling. At Bill Summers Auto Group during their Dog Days of Summer sale. Whether you're fetching a new ride or sniffing out a great deal on a pre-owned vehicle, they've got the savings to make your tail wag. Get behind the wheel with sizzling offers, cool financing, and trade-in values that will make you sit, stay, and save. But hurry, just like summer, these deals won't last forever. Stop out to Bill Summers, where families are our business, or visit online 24/7 at BillSummers.com.
Coast Sports.
Welcome back here to Bauer Field. Yes, we're playing football. Can you believe that, Jeff Smeltzer? We're actually going to play football in this, worst conditions I've ever seen.
Rain's letting up, though. I mean,
which is nice, but my concerns still
field
stand.
is super wet.
My concerns from the earlier conversation still stand about my worry about injuries. Of course, it is 31-0 on our State Farm agent Bobby Campbell's scoreboard with 5 minutes before the start of the game. Looking to see who's that walking on the sideline.
If we go back an hour and a half ago or 2 hours ago,
gosh, felt like that.
Kearney scored. So Bulldogs are going to be receiving the kickoff after
they kicked a field goal. Kearney did after some good North Platte defense. They kicked that field goal, and then North Platte is now going to be up to be receiving as everything in our entire facility here is just leaking water. We're just dripping out the wazoo.
Things will be a little different here for the rest of the game.
Yes, Carl, our great cameraman, is inside. Well, he's always been inside, but the camera is now inside, and he's staring out the window. So we do apologize for the glare that you are going to be seeing. But to keep our equipment safe and, more importantly, to make sure Carl doesn't get too wet over on his side, we move the camera inside, and we will do our very best to make sure we still give you all the action as best we can. For the closeout of this game, we'll have 8 minutes, 59 seconds left to go until the conclusion of the first football game of the season, and it concludes maybe an hour later than it probably should have.
And if we miss some numbers, I know my programs all got wet and they're useless.
Smells doesn't have a number.
So I'm going to do the best I can.
Well, I have
for the
my
dogs.
roster sheet right here just in case if you want to sneak on over. You can come closer to me and you can watch and you can look at my sheet here.
Maybe I'll take a photo of it and I can have it on my phone.
Okay, that's smart.
No.
Yeah. But yes, if you all remember, of course, 31-0 on our State Farm agent Bobby Holt's scoreboard. North Platte trailing after what had been a pretty Kearney-dominated game is how I'm going to say it. I don't really think it's been poor play by North Platte. It's just that Kearney has just been so suffocating defensively. North Platte just really hasn't had the opportunity to get anything going on the offensive side.
No, pretty clean game by both teams. Kearney had 2 encroachment penalties and a block in the back. Dogs had, I think, an offsides on defense.
They had one. They had an encroachment, and that was the only penalty so far that I remember correctly. Was that was a lone penalty of the game? For North Platte. Sorry, not for the whole game.
Yeah, for North Platte.
I think there's actually been only 3 penalties in total. 2 encroachments on the side of Kearney and then 1 from North Platte. So it's actually shocking.
Oh, there's a block in the back on
sorry. Yes,
on
the very first, yes. Yeah. But to be honest with you, 4 penalties in the very first game of the season.
No, that's very clean.
Kind of crazy how clean this game has been so far.
The ball has hit the turf a few times. Dogs recovered 1.
Shocking. Well, here's the thing. It's been North Platte that's been causing the turnovers.
Yes.
So, and I think that should be the big takeaway. I know everybody's going to look at the score and say, oh, boy, 31-0. It must have been a horrible game for North Platte. But honestly, it's just Kearney's defense is very strong up front, and so far most of our new faces are on the offensive line. And that takes time to really get locked into that position and really trust the people that are around you. So that was probably going to be the toughest suit, and Kearney has so far taken advantage of that. But honestly, North Platte has done a good job on the defensive side when it comes to applying pressure on their end of things and forcing mistakes on Kearney's side, because that's really been my takeaway is that Kearney has been the team that's been contributing more mistakes this game than North Platte is.
Yep, for sure. But when you go back to the Battle of the Trenches, Kearney starts 5 seniors.
Yeah.
On the offensive line, I think defensive line.
Almost the same, because it's guys like it's Zach Wolf who's out there, Ty Busher, Adrian Techmeyer.
Busher, Wolf, Techmeyer. Perez is a junior. I think he's the only junior.
I think Techmeyer might be a junior too.
He might be a junior as well.
Techmeyer is a junior. So 2 juniors, 2 seniors. Seniors.
But only Zach Wolf plays both ways on the line.
Yeah.
So they've got a lot of fresh bodies out there. Dogs are playing a lot of the big guys both ways.
Yeah, and you can see towards really the end of that third quarter that playing both ways really started to affect them. On the defensive side, they were just really struggling to get off their blocks well or really create that same penetration they were getting early on. And because of that, Kearney was just able, like Levi Pofall has just been having a night.
Oh, he's having
a night. In the second half specifically, and that's, I think, just entirely to just the the tiredness that this defense is, not at their own fault, but just at how much they've had to play so far tonight.
Yeah, and looks like, and I don't know if it's going to hold true. Kearney has a different quarterback taking snaps out here in warmups.
Yeah, I wouldn't be
12.
shocked.
Is that
that's the question. It would be 12. Their backup, their backup is John Floral. Yeah,
Yep.
so John Floral, the senior, is their backup quarterback. So we kind of envisioned
I
that
think Atchison doesn't have his helmet on.
Yeah,
so.
we kind of envisioned that was gonna. Well, he has it kind of standing next. Is that his helmet? I don't know. I think that
he's
might be
got
his
it
helmet.
in his hand.
Yeah, but he's not out. But I think we kind of envisioned that when we got it playing again, it was basically going to be,
Yeah, armchair
quarterback
coach me. I would put in.
Yeah, I'd put in the second,
third team
strings.
guys to finish it out.
Because that's my biggest concern, and this is why I was a little against even starting this game back up. Is it's a very wet turf. It's been raining for an hour and 20 minutes nonstop. Very, very wet turf, and you're expecting these guys to go back out there and not only play some more football, but potentially
They
maybe
sat
get
for an
injured.
hour and a half. If they've worked up a lather, now they're cold and stiff. We'll see what they do. I don't know. I would bring in second team unit guys and let them get a little experience.
Yeah, so North Platte will be receiving a course here. Now, the interesting thing was Shane Patterson was warming up before the rain delay even happened. So there might have been a thought of a new quarterback.
Shane's got a football in his hand right now on the sideline.
Yeah, so we might potentially be seeing Shane Patterson as Carter still doesn't have a helmet. He has the helmet in his hand, but doesn't have it. Well, I say that as he's putting it on his head basically right now. But I think North Platte, and I think it is going to be Shane Patterson. He's got the offense kind of huddled up right now on the near sideline. So I think we'll be seeing a new quarterback for North Platte High School, Shane Patterson, taking over for the Dogs after Carter still started the first three and maybe a fourth quarters. Is once again back to return Ty Hanneborg as well as Liam Bargel for the Dogs. As kicking for Kearney, Carter Symington for the Bearcats.
He's been a really good kicker. Didn't they graduate a really good kicker last year?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, they just grow on trees in Kearney.
They just keep turning out the talent there. As kick is up from Symington high in the sky, as actually it's going to be Ty Hanneborg receiving it around the 6-yard line. Hanneborg to the far side, trying to break a tackle, and he's brought down from behind. He actually had some really good daylight to the far side if he did not get brought down from behind. I think the first person there to retrieve him was actually Carter Symington himself, maybe.
So, it looks like Kearney's bringing out a second unit on defense. I see the other both Millers, I think, might be out there.
Yeah, Camden Miller's out there, I see. North Platte is kind of mixing and matching. Shane Patterson is in. Caleb Nyhart is also in alongside Brecken Corcow, who is also in. So seeing a little bit of mix of both from either side, as there's the motion from Nyhart. And up the middle is not Shane Patterson who's taken that snap. I believe that might be Trevor Jorgensen, number 11. That is Trevor Jorgensen, number 11, who is taking it up the middle for North Platte High School, as I'm trying to find where my mouse is. There's my mouse. So second down and 8 yards for the Bulldogs here in this fourth quarter with 8:30 left to go on our State Farm Agent Bobby Hull scoreboard. Get in motion. Now they're going to hand it off. I believe that's Corcow.
That's a pitch.
Up the middle. Look at that. Some daylight for the Bulldogs. And bringing it down. There is Brecken Corcow getting a first down and then some. And that's probably the biggest run today for North Platte High School. And more importantly, Brecken Corcow getting to the outside and using some good blocks to find some daylight. First down for North Platte High School with 8:15 left to go in the ball game on our State Farm Agent Bobby Hull scoreboard. So Shane Patterson now takes over for Carter Still, as Corcow again was in motion. Now they look to pitch down to Nyhart. He drops the ball, but picks it right back up. So now up the middle, Caleb Nyhart goes, and he'll fall down for a gain of 4.
What a fortunate bounce.
I was about to say,
he didn't even break stride.
You want to talk about the luckiest bounce you've ever seen. Caleb Nyhart dropped the ball, and then it immediately bounced right back into his arms, and because of that, he was able to pick up at least 4 yards to make it second down and 6 for the Bulldogs as Corcow comes out, and I believe
Plunk, is he in?
I think that is Isaiah Plunk on the far side, who is the senior, 155-pound senior, taking over for Corcow as he comes out to rest. Nyhart is in motion. They hand it up to middle to Jorgensen, and he is immediately stuffed at the line of scrimmage right off the rip. I believe the man that was there to stop it was Connor Cope. Actually, correction, that's going to not be Cooper Cope. That's going to be Peyton Meyer. So it's 3rd down and 8 for North Platte High School as they trail 31-0 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard. Patterson with 15 left on the play clock. 6:45 left to go in the final quarter. Gets under center. Now is a man in motion. Going to pitch it out to Isaiah Plunk, and he is immediately almost stuffed at the line of scrimmage or behind the line of scrimmage. I believe that was number 24, Kean Miller, who just blew up that play.
Loss of about 4 on that play.
Yeah, he went straight. He was pushing back. I think he was pushing back Elijah Nixon, who is at left tackle right now. Pushed him all the way back into Isaiah Plunk, and that's a 4th down now for North Platte High as they'll be kicking. Nobody back to return for Kearney right now. With 6:05 left to go. That snap going all the way behind Carter Still, and he's going to have to try to get out of the end zone. That might be a safety. And
I'd say take the safety. Don't fumble and let him score, because then it would be the running clock. So
it would be, but I think
safeties makes
they
it 33.
might place him at the 1-yard line. I think he just barely got out. They're going to place the ball at the 1-yard line in North Platte territory. Bad snap from under center. And because of that, the ball is now going to be spotted at the 1-yard line for Kearney with 5:56 left to go here in this final quarter of play to start the season. So outcomes, we believe, should be John Floral for Kearney and the Bearcats to start off again with time just ticking down as North Platte getting a lot of substitutions in. Floral in a quarterback. They're going to hand it off to Miller. Miller up the middle, waltzes in for the touchdown, and now that clock will start ticking away as 37-0 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard. 5:52 left to go. So again, if you're new to Class A football, the mark is 35 points after halftime. The running clock begins. So on to kick the extra point, Carter Symington for the Bearcats. Is just a lot of substitutions from either team at the moment, as they're both just trying to get new faces in.
A little confusion by the Bearcats.
Yeah.
Different kicker.
So different kicker. The kicker now up is Braden Pessiger as he kicks it up and is up, and it is in. It's now 38-0 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard. Very, good first step for the Dogs after their comeback from the rain. And then, unfortunately, took an immediate step back with back-to-back bad runs after that. So, 1 step forward, 2 steps back on that last offensive drive. But again, our preach has been the whole night, just keep taking it 1 inch at a time, 1 foot forward. Don't get too ahead of yourself.
Yeah, again, we talked about it all night, starting somewhere. And this is, here's your baseline. You're going to get better from here. A lot of young kids, because you got sophomore Liam Bargell back there to receive.
Ty Handelborg, I think, is also still back there potentially. I can't tell if that is Ty. I don't think it is.
No, I think it's a double-digit number, and I put my binoculars away.
I think for North Platte, that's not Malachi Camacho. I thought that was a 3 out there. So big kick going all the way back. Oh, that's Reese Perry back there, who is also with Mr. Gill himself. And some good stutter steps before he is absolutely blown up. Liam Bargell gets a good receive. Almost dropped it there for a second, but good to see Liam getting that first kick return of his varsity career. As out once again comes the North Platte offense, led by Shane Patterson. Isaiah Plunk is out there.
I think Camden Weaver is also
26,
out there.
yeah, Camden Weaver. I think that's 26. That might be 29, correction. It is Camden Weaver. Still in the backfield, Jorgensen for North Platte. Trevor Jorgensen and
Cade Freeze at an end, and I think Charlie Hunter is the other end.
North Platte very, very heavy again, as now Patterson stepping back, looking to throw. Going down the middle, and it is caught. Great catch and bringing down, I believe that's Charlie Hunter, as you talk about And that is going to be
24.
Charlie Hunter, backup wide receiver, getting his first not only catch today, but the first completed pass for North Platte High School. Makes it second down and I think about 9 yards, or second down and 2 for the Bulldogs. Crazy to think they would throw in this type of weather.
Hey, why not?
Toughest throw of the day by far, just because of how slippery the ball is.
You got to do what you got to do.
4:30 left to go on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull scoreboard, as now the handoff is going to be tossed to Isaiah
outside.
Plunk, as Plunk breaks through one tackle, spinning and still driving his legs for the first down. I know it's Kearney's second team, but North Platte's offense starting to find some rhythm in these first two drives.
Let's see if we can put some points on the board.
It looks like Jake Kincaid is still out on the defensive line for the Dogs, playing at right tackle, I think is what I see out there. Don't know what the offensive line looks at, but I do know Kincaid seems to be out there. As once again, under center, Shane Patterson, Jorgensen right behind him. Plunk in motion, but Patterson steps back, looking to throw down the far sideline. Oh, and it's picked off. There was 2 North Platte players in the vicinity. It was Cade Freeze,
and I don't
as
know
well as Charlie Hunter, but
I don't know if they were both supposed to be in the same spot.
I think that's the problem. Is I think both went to the same spot that throw was going to. I think
who he was intending it for
was Plunk.
Yeah, and then
on a wheel route.
And somebody else drug their defender right over there in the same location.
I think that was Cade Freeze. So I think accidentally Cade Freeze drug his defender
and I think
over to where
that defender that undercut it and made the
made the great grab. I think that is Slade Steffen, brother to Siler Steffen. But, again, I think the play was designed to be Isaiah Plunk on a wheel route, and it was supposed to be pretty open, but unfortunately, Cade Freeze, I guess, either didn't cut or didn't understand where that was going, and because of that, defender was just right. Slade Steffen was still there, and because of that, free interception for Kearney is there for the first run today.
Reed O'Brien with the tackle. Nice job, Obi.
As little Reed O'Brien getting his first tackle of the season, as that's for the first run of his fourth quarter. Skylar Day for Kearney, as I believe there's also now another new quarterback out there. I believe that's Peyton Meyer, the sophomore for Kearney, is now out there at quarterback besides Skylar Day. So third string Kearney quarterback out, the sophomore, hands it off to Day. Day up the middle is brought down from behind yet again from a North Platte defender. That is Lucas Dawson, the sophomore, went unblocked from behind, brought down Day. And that is now a 3rd down and 5 for Kearney, with now under, as I take a look here, 1 minute or 1:58 left to go on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard. 4 wide receivers now for Meyer in the shotgun formation. Miller is checked in. They hand it off to Miller and bringing him down right up the gut.
In the backfield.
That's Caden Jackson blitzing up through the middle, and Jackson brings down Miller before the ball even got there. And big stop by the North Platte defense. And it is 4th down, like shot out from a cannon. Caden Jackson, and just like that, 4th down and 10, and Kearney's going for it here. As Miller, once again, takes up the middle, and there is 2 North Platte defenders there to reach and bring him down. I believe it's Keegan Klaus.
So the clock is still running, I believe.
1:05 left to go, but I think Keegan Klaus gets his first stop. Correction,
Yep.
It wasn't Caden Jackson. I want to make a correction. It was DeAndre Holmes who made that big tackle up the middle. As turnover on downs with 53 seconds left to go in the ball game.
Let's see if we can put one in the end zone.
I think still out there, Shane Patterson. 47 seconds left to go, as to the far side for North Platte, Camden Weaver, Isaiah Plunk, and Cade Freeze was checking in, but now is running off with 13 seconds left to go. As in motion. And hand it off up the middle. Driving it with some beautiful daylight. Keegan Klaus. Good 5 yards from Keegan Klaus to make it 2nd down and 5, but with 20 seconds left, I think North Platte is either going to try to get one more play off or they might let the clock expire. We'll see. They look to get one more play off. Patterson under center. Man in motion. Pitch outs here. Comes Camden Weaver. Weaver with some daylight, trying to keep the legs turning, and he will be brought down just shy of the 1st down marker. And that's how this game officially will come to an end, though. After an hour and 20-minute rain delay, Kearney comes away with their first victory of 2025 with a 38-30 victory over North Platte High School. And to be honest with you, if you're North Platte, I don't really feel like you should take this game away as like a bad game, I think. I think offensively you still would like to do things maybe a little bit better. But as a whole defensively and in terms of not beating themselves up, you got to be pretty proud of how this team played today.
Yeah, and the running clock didn't begin until, 10:20 at night? 10:50,
Yeah,
so.
yeah, after they've already been off the field for an hour and 20 minutes.
No, nothing to hang their heads about. They went out and fought hard.
And I think that's what matters the most.
Even after the rain delay, they came back and fought hard. And, move on to next week.
Yeah, we'll be facing off against Lincoln East next week. But I think that's the most important thing this team should take away. Don't hang your head. I think everyone, I'm going to say on the squad, but even in the coaching staff and the squad know it's going to be a lot of growing pains. There's going to be a lot of growing pains this team is going to be going through just because of how young and how inexperienced they are. But there's so many things positive, I think, overshadow the negatives. I understand that the offense really struggled today and I think had under 100 yards total on the day. Yeah, but I think what you can hang your hat on is actually how well this defense played. And I think if you look, I know a lot of people can look at the score and be like, oh, they gave up 38 points. You sure that was a good defensive performance? Trust me, after halftime, it was 21-0. If the offense maybe was able to get a little longer drives in there, maybe we can see the defense continue to play at the level it was playing at.
And the Bulldog offense is a hard offense to prepare for.
It is.
You even heard that from the Omaha West Side coaches a few years ago. But when your Kearney is first game on your schedule and you've got all summer to prepare for that offense, I think it's different, going forward where every team going forward only has a week to prepare.
Yeah.
When you're looking at this flex bone, a triple option at times, and a lot of misdirection. Kearney, I think they just had an advantage of having all summer to prepare. They're a good team.
They really are. Let's give them credit. This is a very, very good team. But also at the same time, if you're North Platte, this offense also does not lend strengths to if you're down early. We can tell it how it is. This offense is not the greatest to run when you're trying to get quick points on the board. It's always you want to play from ahead, and if you can play from ahead, then you're in a much better spot than if you're playing from behind. So you're putting a lot of pressure not only on this young team to off the rip, score quickly to keep in touch with a very strong Kearney squad, but then you're asking them after the halftime to somehow put together a couple more drives trailing 21. Especially when you can load the box.
We talked about this in the pregame. There is no North Platte quarterback that had thrown a varsity pass.
Nope.
There's no North Platte receiver that caught a varsity pass.
No North Platte running. Well, I hate to say that. That's untrue, but there's no North Platte real starting running back that saw predominantly more than 10 carries in a game.
Usually late in the game they came in, and it was Owen Shea, I think, was the leading returning rusher with 111 yards last year. So that's just the skill players. You look at the line. Other than Jake Kincaid, there really wasn't much playing time on the offense or defensive line.
The only person who saw time was Tonkinson, and that was only a little bit from when Matusak went down with an injury.
Yeah. So they got the first one out of the way, and now move on to bigger and better things. I don't know what Lincoln East will do. They pretty well balanced, but I do know they like to throw the ball.
Yeah, they're more
previous years.
If I remember correctly, when they did play us last year, they were good. They were a good mix of both. It was just more frightening how big their line was. I think that was the big overarching thing that me and you came to the conclusion is that team had a very strong front seven.
Oh, it looked like a college line.
It did, but it was funny because they had such a big front seven, but we were just gutting them up the rest of that second half of the game. If it wasn't for that late fumble inside our own territory, I honestly think we would have marched down and won that game. So, of course, new year, new teams of every degree. So it'll be interesting to see. But honestly, for North Platte, just keep taking it week by week. This team has different goals and expectations than last year's team had. Last year's team, of course, was always the expectations of, hey, let's make it to playoffs. Honestly, for this team, I would be happy, and I want them to always just think every week, just get better.
Just get better.
Take a step forward in the right direction. Maybe do something. If there's something they can highlight and work on every week to get better, work on that. We're not. This is not a instant turnaround. We're gonna keep bringing the new talent in left, right, and center. And it's gonna click immediately.
Yeah.
There's gonna be some teething and some growing pains that this team will go through, and I think today offensively was the start of that teething process. Now defensively, it's always easier, in the early season to play defense than play offense or get the system down. So I'll be interested to see when that teething process comes for the defense because it happens at some point. But every week this team should just always strive to play better than they did last week. It doesn't matter what the outcome of that game is, whether it be win or loss. If they continue to play better than they did the week prior, honestly, it will lead to success and it will lead to victories.
Yeah, look at the film this weekend and then put Kearney behind you. It's over. Move on to Lincoln East.
Yep, that's how it is. All right, Jeff Smeltzer, as always, thank you so much for stopping on by Quick Stop Post-Game Show. That was it right there. We'll all step aside because we got to clean up and we got to make our way out of here before we get waterlogged. Once again, for Paxton Gordon, Jeff Smeltzer, Carl Anderson, me and Carl will be at Seacrest next week. If I remember correctly, Lincoln East plays at Seacrest, so that game will start, I think, at 4:30. That's our first 4:30 game of the season. And then, of course, Jeff Smeltzer will be welcoming us back next week after that against Norfolk. We'll see you all next week, and I'll see most of you all tomorrow, though, for some North Platte Community College volleyball on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming NorthPlattePost.com.
Hi, this is Dr. Chris Kroll. At Kroll Clinic, we specialize in all areas of rehab, from daily aches and pains to sports injuries, motor vehicle accidents, or post-surgical care. We're the area's premier facility for concussion recovery. Visit us at KrullClinic.com, that's KRULL Clinic.com, or come visit us at Westfield Shopping Center in North Platte. We are committed to getting you back in the game.